Welcome and well met, my brave little spark. How long you've wandered, burned bright as a star. Oh, I have awaited you patiently all this time. Past every fate, now sing with me once more. Share of your life, far greater than memory. Its loss and love words cannot hold. Boundless the tale overflows and carries your load to sea. Remember the rain, near and far beloved, each drop a blessing from heavens above. And how as time flowed on those waters became one, streams, rivers, and lakes reaching for the horizon and far beyond. They carry onward, however changed with each brief reflection, by setting sun, by storm's wake, till welcomed home to gentle sea. Sinking deeper and deeper in calm embrace, loving tides sweeping and bear you down. Should you meet a soul rising surface space, with your unbeating heart wish them well. Deep, dark, far away, I have heard your voice, weighed your every choice. Now our hands join round the meaning you sought. I'll catch your tears, quench your fears with joy, till you're near the shore. When time
Damn. What a song. Holy shit. I'm like, I should not start a stream with that song. I'm like, I'm trying to drink my coffee. I'm trying to eat my cereal. And I'm like, it's so beautiful. Yeah, like that's too. Yes. Is that sunlight? Yes, it's a horrible sunlight that I'm hiding from. I'm trying to block it out of this room. But I can only do so much here in Florida. I'm happy to return to Seattle where there is no sun.
Thank you, Optimus Prime.
Okay.
I'm not crying. You're
right?
crying. Zepla, cue cry.
I know. Oh my god. It hit me hard. Okay, it hit me so hard this morning. Okay, let's turn on the stream alert stuff so I can actually see, not just hear. Yeah, God, what a gorgeous song. So, I got chills, man. It was a beautiful. That and Tomorrow is also such a banger. Junior, thank you so much for the 25-month resub. I appreciate that very, very much. Can we see the video game? Oh, okay. Okay, this is not good. Okay. Okay. So the game is wide and we need it to be normally. Okay. Let's do this. Perhaps. Okay. Let's unwad. Religal, thank you so much for the 29-month resub. I do appreciate that. Yeah, Answers is also, you know what else is really beautiful? Dragon Song. Dragon Song is another. This game is just chock full of incredible music. Okay, let's get the. Okay. Cool beans. So, let's chat today. Good morning, everyone. Hello. It's good to be here with you on this Friday, and I hope you're looking forward to the weekend. Yes. Echo check. I did that. We did the echo check. There's no echoes. Nope. We are set. We are set. We are good. Yeah. Let me turn on the music here though. Put on a little bop. Yes, good morning everyone. Hi. I'm doing pretty good. I got a little bit more sleep last night than yesterday, so I'm not as bad off as I was yesterday. I was really on the struggle bus yesterday. But today I'm doing a little bit better. Yep. Zep, this might be a bad idea. But you could also tape aluminum foil to the windows. I think what I'll do instead is purchase curtains for my house. Yeah. I still have this really jank setup going on. I have this situation here still, which is very professional. Let me show you. Yes, this is a very professional way to block the light. Can you see that? It's a mat that I have propped up with an Amazon box. Yeah. Yep. So that's good. That's fine. Do I have snow? Believe it or not, yes, I actually still have snow in my yard here in Florida. Isn't that just so crazy? Yes, I do. But that's the normal solution, not... Yeah. I am the queen of jank stream setups. I don't think I've ever had a stream setup that was not really, really jank in some way. Like, I don't know why I keep doing this. I must like it, because I keep doing it. Anyways. Yeah. Functional engineering. That's a very
Thanks
nice
for
way of
keeping up
putting
with
it.
the FFXIV news, especially in the current state of the
Yes,
game. Much love, less than
absolutely.
3.
Absolutely have to. Listen. Okay, first of all, APOC, thank you very much for the 17-month resub. I love this game. Like, this morning, I'm starting to stream because I've seen this load something. Yoshi P talking about the privacy mods, and we're gonna talk about that today. But I'm listening to this song. I'm listening tomorrow, and I've listened to Flow this morning. And when I hear these songs, it really, like, all of these, the love that I feel for this game just bubbles up to the surface, really. Like, okay. And I know that a lot of people feel the same way. Like, no matter how you might feel about the state of the game right now, or Dawntrail, or whatever, like, there's just something very, very magical about some of these songs that, like, it's so precious to me. It was such a precious memories that I have because of this game. And this game was here for me in the worst times of my life. Always was. And this game community was here for me in the worst times of my life. And I'm never ever gonna forget that. And I'm never ever gonna stop. Never gonna let go of that. You know? So, like, I just don't see myself abandoning the game when things are bad. That's why I'm being vocal about stuff I don't like and trying to offer constructive feedback of things that I don't like, because this game is, I dedicated my life to it. You know? I discovered it in 2015 and I literally dropped everything and went full blast on content creation for the game since 2015. It's been 10 years almost. This year is gonna be my 10th year of playing. And it's part of me now. You know? There was actually years where I went only playing FF14 and no other game. I played every single day. So for me, these characters in the game feel like friends in a sense. And I really want other people to have that experience that I had. You know, I wanted to share that. I want other people to have these precious memories that I've got too. That means something. So, yeah. If I didn't care about it, and I'm just a hater, I would have left. And actually, if I was just gonna be a hater, I would probably release a half-assed hating video immediately after Dawntrail came out to cash in on the hype of how everyone was mad. But I didn't do that. I fucking waited because I was upset about how I felt. They lose faith right now. Because faith is something that has to be earned. They did earn that faith in the past. And now there's a trust that's been broken for a lot of people. And that is something that I believe can be mended. But we need to see the progress. Yeah. Okay, so let me turn on the... It's going to take effort, it's going to take time, and it's going to take everybody really being honest. Being honest. So I don't blame people who are turned off at the moment. Okay, so this is something that we really need to discuss because it is super, super, super important. And this is an issue that I did cover recently. I did talk about this third-party mod that enables stalking. It's basically a stalker's wet dream. But it is like... Okay, let's get into it. Excuse me. Let me open this up. Okay. So, for context, first of all, if you don't know about the mod that is being discussed, you might want to go check where we talked about that the other day. This might have been a week or two ago. I don't remember how long ago it was. But we talked about this mod that takes advantage of the fact that as of Dawntrail, FXV has made a change to the blacklist system that would allow you to just block someone completely, like all their characters. And this change is involved making the blacklist system client side. Now, what this has resulted in is other people being able to see your account ID because the blacklist is client side, and now modders can exploit that information to find you no matter what character you're on, and find all of your retainers. And there's a mod that now that will catalog all of that information in a searchable and very easy to use stalker database, basically. So that way, basically it invalidates all of the privacy features that the game has. And last time we discussed this, I said, I think that there is nothing they're going to do about this. I said, in the past, I would have seen a mod like this and I would have thought, hey guys, you keep this up and Yoshi, they're gonna come down hard on you, and we're gonna have the nuclear option with mods, and they are going to prevent anybody from using mods. They're gonna bring down the hammer hard if y'all keep this up, so stop it, right? I don't believe that anymore. At the time, when this first came out, I said...
Thank you, Optimus Prime.
They aren't gonna do shit. Privacy features in the game are now useless. If this person who made this mod stops making it, somebody else will make it. In fact, the mod has been released with the code uploaded, so anybody can use it and redistribute it. And people know that this is possible now. So even if that was taken down completely, and you can go back in time and delete it, now people know you can find this information from the account ID. This is a problem that will not go away. You understand? Okay. The cat's out the bag. It's possible, therefore it will be done. It's possible and people are doing it and it's not enforced. It's not really being punished. So it will keep happening. Okay. What a weird decision though. Why did they have this be client side? Indeed.
Thank you, Optimus Prime.
Indeed. Well, Yoshi P has finally come out with a response to this after the community, myself included, have been up in arms, hooping and hollering about it, because this is really, really scary for people that are trying to escape terrifying stalkers. People they're trying to get away from. Okay, I shouldn't have to explain that to you, why the game needs blacklist features that work. Okay, so what is Yoshi P's response? Let's check it out. Okay. Hello, everyone. Producer and director Naoki Yoshida here. We have confirmed that there exist Third-party tools that are being used to check FFXIV character information that is not displayed during normal gameplay. The tool is being used to display a segment of an FXIV character's internal account ID, which is then used in an attempt to further correlate information on other characters on the same FF14 service account. The development and operations teams are aware of this situation and the concerns being raised by the community and are discussing the following options. Requesting that the tool in question be removed and deleted, pursuing legal action. Aside from character information that can be checked in-game and on the lodestone, we have received concerns that personal information registered on a user's Square Enix account, such as address and payment information, could also be exposed with this tool. What? Oh my god, I didn't even know that. Oh my god. So it's even worse than I thought. Please rest assured that it is not possible to access this information using these third-party tools. Oh, okay. That's what I thought. Okay, so no, you can't find address and payment information. Obviously. But that doesn't make this good. It's still really, really, really bad. Okay, so we strive to offer and maintain a safe environment for our players, which is why we ask everyone to refrain from using... No way. Third-party tools. Okay. We also ask that players do not share information about third-party tools, such as details about their installation methods, or take any other actions to assist in their dissemination. Wait, so if I make a video saying, hey everybody, watch out because your stalker can find you in FF14, is that not allowed? I'm doing the community a service by letting them know about that. Okay. If we don't talk about the problems, there's no problems anymore? The use of third-party tools is prohibited by the Final Fantasy XIV user agreement, and their usage could threaten the safety of players. Look, Yoshi, they know that. Threatening the safety of players is the point. That's the function of the tool. Okay? Do you understand that someone who's using a stalking tool doesn't give a fuck? Like they're actively endangering the safety of players. That is the purpose of the tool. Why would they listen to you when you say please don't? We will continue to take a firm stance against their usage. Continue to take a firm... What are you talking about? You are not taking a firm stance by saying, please don't do that. Have you noticed? Okay? Have you looked around? Do you think this is a firm stance, Yoshi P? I'm sorry that it has got to this point, but, do you feel like you can't do anything about it? Because if you do actually take a firm stance, then the whole role-playing community is gone? Or... So, basically, what we're doing is, we're saying, please, please don't do that. Please, Mr. Stalker. Please stop stalking. Yes, that's... If that worked, we wouldn't need the blacklist feature. We wouldn't need it because we could just tell them, no, please don't. Okay, so basically what we're doing is they will pursue legal action and they will request that the tool in question be removed and deleted. Now, threatening legal action and telling people to stop talking about it, do you understand that that doesn't solve the problem? Do you realize that none of this solves the problem? Okay. Even if the tool in question removed and deleted. It's out there already. It's already out. People can continue to make copies of this. They can still exploit the actual problem that leads to this being possible, which is seeing the account ID. The mod has already been released with the code uploaded. So anybody else can continue using it, and the game has no way of detecting whether they're still using it. So even if the tool is taken down and they send a legal cease and desist letter to one person who put it up, it doesn't matter. People can still use it and keep doing that. Do you understand that this doesn't do anything to stop the problem? Yeah. Okay, it's too late. The cat's out the bag. And what this is here's what this letter is. It's saying, we know there's a problem, but we're not going to do anything really to fundamentally stop this problem. We might poke at some of the symptoms where people know about it, and we're going to tell everybody to just stop talking about it, and then we're going to hope it goes away. Well, this isn't actually the first time I've heard this from Yoshi. Last time I heard it was years ago when people were doing some very, very bad things with nude mods and characters that shouldn't have nude mods. This was years ago. And Yoshi in a live letter said, hey guys, please stop that. Please stop using third-party mods. I think this was in 2019 when he said, please don't use the third-party mods. And he also said that whenever there was cheating going on with the ultimate races, he also at that time said, guys, please stop using the third-party mods. Now, how do you think that's been working out? Do you think everybody has stopped doing it? Okay. The only way they can stop this is by deleting third-party tools like Penumbra and mods, but then you get a bigger riot. You know, half the player base is on mods, right? I do know that. That's the point that that's exactly the point that I'm sharing with you right now. That's exactly. Yes. Everyone uses mods. And they keep doing that. It's almost like Yoshi P saying, hey, don't isn't working for most people, but it especially won't work for people that are using mods specifically made to enable their stalking behavior. Okay. Like, what could they realistically do? Find a way to change the way Blacklist works so that this information isn't client side, your account ID, maybe have it some other way. I'm not a dev. I don't know. But not the way they did it. That could be exploited knowing that players do this with mods. Or you could just fucking finally bring down the hammer and do anti-cheat. Epic anti-cheat. You could do it. And I feel like they're going to end up getting pushed into that. Well, I take it back. I used to think that. Now I don't. No, I think they're not going to do anything. I think this is the limit of what they're going to do. Say, ask nicely. And watch it get worse. Until something really bad happens. Basically. That's what I think now. But now, I guess, should I even be talking about this? I'm not sure if I should even be talking about it, since I'm not supposed to be sharing information about third-party tools that you might need. Yeah, please don't. Yeah. So, I guess if, yeah. There's Zepla. Ask nicely and hope it goes away. It seems to be, that's been the tactic for years, and it hasn't been working. It's never worked. Japan is a two faces way on this. Publicly they said, oh, don't do this, pretty please with sugar on top. And on the back end, they hit with an 18-wheeler. What? What do you think they're gonna do on the back end? The problem is this plugin breaches EU regulations. So we as player could pursue legal actions. Right. There are laws that are being violated by the fact that the plugin exists. And it's not just, to be clear, again, it's not that it's like just this one plugin. Because there's just one plugin that has popularized the method. But get rid of the plugin, okay, doesn't get rid of the problem. It will just, I mean, now more people than ever know about how you can do this with account ID. As long as the game is still exploitable, it will continue to be exploited. That is what we've seen over the years. Yes. Yes. This, yeah. PSA, don't stalk people. It's bad. But yeah, it's, they're not changing anything. I know about it because of Zepla. Well, now apparently I'm not supposed to talk about it. Even though I felt like I had a responsibility to you to share the information because it's dangerous for you. But yeah, even if they sue the people behind it, even if they sue the original creator, this mod is still going to continue to exist. It's still going to be used. Basically, nothing at all will change. The way the game is being run lately is a huge red flag. He doesn't, yet again, I'm hearing from Yoshi P a statement that doesn't address the main problems. And lately I've been pretty concerned. Yeah. Also, we've known about this for how long? Months at this point? Like, it's... yeah. It is on them to stop it. Okay. It has become open source. It's widespread at this point, and people have it. Lots and lots and lots of people will continue to use it that they will never be able to track because they're not checking. You can just, anyone can use it. So, could this not lead to a lawsuit for Square Enix themselves? I think it absolutely could. Basically, I believe this is a very dangerous situation that can only lead to bad places. And there was a Reddit post at the start of Dawntrail where someone warned for this. Oh, really? Oh my god. Can you find it? If you find it, put the link in our Discord and at me. So it was completely ignored. Mm-hmm. Okay, so actually there's a Cider Spider video about it. So I'm glad to see I'm not the only content creator that will continue to talk about dangerous third-party tools that will affect you, that you need to know about. Oh, and you know what's the crazy thing about this? I remember now. For this particular plugin, I remember at the time when we covered it, it was a couple weeks ago, the creator was like, so if you want to opt out, you need to join my Discord. And write in my Discord so that you can request to be opt out. Okay. Cool. Yeah. So the stalker guy, like person who's making a stalker add-on, asking you to join their Discord so that you can Ask nicely to not get stalked. Like, here's what I don't understand. If someone has blocked you, if someone's put you on the blacklist, the thing to do in that situation is to simply leave them alone. Yeah. And if, like, I shouldn't have to explain that. It is so blatant. Imagine. Hold on. Oh, Cider's video is out 6 hours ago. So I will wait. I usually wait at least 1 day. Preferably 2. Before I watch a video. That's my policy. Yeah, it just came out because this is all fresh. But I mean, I'm sure Cider is saying exactly the same thing that I've just told you. Which is obvious. This does nothing. This says nothing. This changes nothing. At all. Whatsoever. Okay. It's the same shit as always. Just like I said when we covered this weeks ago. And I said, they're not going to do anything about it. Well, guess what? I guess I've finally been around long enough to understand how things work around here. And I've finally gotten jaded enough that I no longer believe they'll make real changes. Yep. An add-on could cause cancer and people would still install it. What? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Did I miss a cyanotic scribe vid reaction? No, not yet. I haven't started that. Just got here. What add-ons is this referencing? Hi, Tessa. So, I don't know if you were here a couple of weeks ago whenever we first talked about the third-party tools that allow a stalker to find your account ID and find every character that you have and all the retainers that you have. And even if so, they can basically bypass all the privacy features that the game has to find you against your will. So that's cool. Yeah. And they basically cataloged all this information into a nice big searchable database for all the stalkers to use and get off on. Yeah. It's really, really bad and addressed. No, because to be clear, your address and payment information cannot be exposed with this tool. The Yoshibi did clarify that. It's not possible to access that information. This is the account ID that they're using, which tells you the characters that you own and the retainers that you own. It's a huge... Yeah. They can, the Yoshibi won't say anything about this in the live letter. Yeah. Okay. So, I don't know. What else is there to say if nothing's happening? Nothing's changing. I bet there's people talking about it here. Okay. God. This is from yesterday. Okay. What would actually be the point of this tool besides stalking someone? There is no point besides stalking someone. That's what it's for. That is what it is for. Yeah. 100% against this add-on, but you could do this before with FF logs, because even if your server and name change, people can still see your previous logs because of the way they track your lodestone ID. A good point. That is a good point. On FF logs, you can hide your profile though, right? But you have to go in and do that. Correct? This mod tracks alts too. FF logs doesn't. Okay, so the game shares an internal account ID with the client. If this is not supposed to be seen, that seems like the root problem. Yes. Yes, correct. Is this issue going to be fixed? Yeah, that's the ultimate question. Yes, that is the problem. No, it won't be fixed. You can expect it to be fixed never. Yeah, that's pretty much what I've been telling you. Yeah. Yeah. It isn't displaying a segment of an FXV character's internal account ID. They send the whole ass account ID to the client, raw and unencrypted, and it isn't used in an attempt to further correlate information on other characters on the same FXV service account. They just use the whole account ID that they're being given to look up other characters with the same account ID. This is the devs refusing to acknowledge that this is even their own fault. Absolute best case scenario, the plugin will be made private again. But this won't, yeah, but I'm pretty sure the people who would still have access to it are on my data center, so that's cool. Aside from that, doesn't matter if this plugin is made private. Plenty of people still have it. It's open source at this point. People have it downloaded, they're still going to be using it, they're going to be disseminating it, and it's out. We can't go back now. Even if all of that was deleted and gone and inaccessible by everyone, people know it's possible. So somebody else will make another one. Okay, it's Jover. That's why the root problem has to be solved. Otherwise, we're just gonna be addressing the symptoms, but not the cause, and the disease will remain forever. There is one way you can get around it though. Because the plugin, for it to detect your account ID, you need to be online. Yeah. And so you can avoid this altogether by simply not being online. That might, I mean, I hope that's not the choice that some of you are going to be forced to make, but that is the safest choice if you got a stalker that is looking for you. Just be offline, yeah. Never gonna happen. It used to be on GitHub, meaning people have copies and will continue spreading it. Even if Square Enix manages to get a legal injunction against someone or another, the only reason for Square Enix not to fix it on a technical level, handle the blacklisting server side instead of client side, is that it would make the servers slightly more expensive to run. What? Is this true? I'm not a dev. Okay, I don't know about this stuff. So I don't know what they need to do to fix it. Okay, I am just a bunny girl. I don't know anything about this kind of thing. Where's our technical buns in the chat? Is this true? Where's our IT buns? Do they really prefer to compromise customer security than lose a bit of revenue? Pretty much. I've never heard of an MMO handling this client side before. It is, yes. Dranny says no. They just need to implement it correctly. Lol. Okay. Yeah, that sounds more... Okay. Technically, yes. Your server would have to do more. Instead, they offload the thing to your PCs. How would anyone on the outside know? It depends on how they structure the game on the server, but per se, yes, it is a bit more work for the servers to do. Handling it client-side is bizarre. As a person that is not technically minded on this kind of thing, they could have at least foreseen that this would be a potential problem, knowing that the community uses mods a lot. And they definitely know that and are aware of it. I mean, they should have been able to guess that this would have been possible when they restructured this for Dawntrail. Okay. I don't know the technical stuff, but they definitely do. And they know what players are doing with the information they're given by the client. They should not have overlooked it. Yeah. Okay. Really want to highlight this. Let's see. This is like super basic client security shit. No, it's not. They need to send you a flag saying blacklisted player, true or false. And the client will just ignore that user instead of an ID of a blacklisted account and make client make that determination. Do you think they'll Crumbler? Yeah, that's true. They'll probably fix it with a mobile version. I laugh because I cannot cry. Emo. Yeah, I bet it'll be fixed in the mobile version. Hey, if you are playing the mobile version, your stalker won't be able to find you because I'm sure the account ID will be different. Oh my god. That's true. It feels like they don't have a risk and control team. Like, no one's looking at it security-minded. Nothing to do with what's discussed now, but it seems Yoshi confirmed in this Troll with Yoshi P stream today that the exploratory zone will release during the 7.2 patch. Oh, okay. Well, when is that? Well, we had the patch in November. November, October. November, October is before November. February. Okay, it's February, I guess. Soonish. Zepla, do stalking add-ons or issues like this exist in WoW? If so, could you elaborate on them? I have never had a stalker in WoW because I usually just ignore the person and no one look, how can I put this? This conversation doesn't have anything to do with World of Warcraft at all. But in my experience, if we're gonna talk about it, in my experience in World of Warcraft, when there's someone who is an asshole, usually they just tell you to eat shit and die, and then they go away forever. And you never speak to them again. I don't really have, like... There's not people who are... Maybe there are, just not for me personally. I don't want to dismiss people's experiences. That's been my experience with WoW. There's someone who tells you to eat shit and die, and then they go away. And you're like, I hate you, you hate me, and you never talk to each other again. I don't typically have people watching and waiting and creepily like stalking and thinking about me and like planning stuff. Like I guess people, I don't know. I don't know. I don't have that happening, but I'm sure people do have it happen. I mean, this is a security issue in games. If it was an issue in WoW, I'm sure we would be hearing about it. So WoW toxicity is like burst damage, while FSV is like a long-term dot. FSV, I've noticed people tend to be a little bit more passive-aggressive rather than just straight-up aggressive. Yeah. Blizzard would know this add-on exists, then it would ban the user. That's the actual answer to your question. Because add-ons are allowed by Blizzard, it gives them control over which add-ons to ban. So they would just ban that add-on. So for example, Blizzard doesn't want people using graphical mods. So I couldn't put a graphical mod on my character to make her a bunny in World of Warcraft. Because I would get banned for this. Because that's something that they don't want to allow. So they don't allow it. So they have mods that they allow. And then there's mods that are not okay. Yeah. And has anti-cheat. I honestly think because WoW openly allows third-party tools, when one of these even crops up, it's much easier to address and actually nuke. Yes, it's because of the gray area that 14 has. Absolutely true. Because 14 has this really weird gray area, don't do it, but we're gonna look the other way for a lot of this stuff, but, you know, because of that, the unclear situation, the don't show, don't tell situation continues to be a massive problem. Like, some of these things are getting crazy out of control, and it's just a Wild West. Yeah. 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 But I don't know if I don't really know if that system could work for FF14. Yeah, I don't know. FXV needs clearer rules about this, but they won't. Basically, they're gonna do, there's only two ways I see this going. One, which is the way I predicted, and the way that's actually happening. They say, please don't, and we hope people don't. But they will, obviously. It's stalkers. They're the kings of not listening to please don't. That's the whole... That's what... That's what they're... That's what the add-on is made for. Okay. There's people who have said to you, please don't track me or follow me. I don't want to be around you. That's why they need that add-on. Okay, so obviously, they aren't listening to you saying, please don't. I can't believe I have to say this out loud. This is dumb as fuck. Really. But basically, I think they're gonna do nothing. And it will keep being used by people forever. Maybe they'll send out a cease and desist to the guy who made this particular one. But people will keep using it, and they'll probably make different versions of it to you. Yeah. So, then, I mean, in a worst case scenario, something truly horrible happens to somebody who got stalked. And, like, couldn't rely on the privacy features of the game. And then they have a lawsuit from a player. Shit, they might have a lawsuit coming already. Because apparently this is in violation of EU law. So, at that point, they will be forced to add anti-cheat. I think they would add anti-cheat in response to a lawsuit. But not before that. Like, someone would have to sue Square Enix for them to add anti-cheat. And then, if they're forced to add anti-cheat, it will absolutely devastate the game.
Ears.
Oh! Oh my god, thank you. Gabito, thank you so much for the $5 and compliment on my ears. Edmund, thank you for the 3-month resub. Laiku, thank you for the 6-month resub. I do appreciate that. Vampire Alice, thank you for the 26-month resub. And the Nerdy Nipple, thank you for subbing. But right, so I think if they have if Square Enix faces a lawsuit because of this stuff, and they're forced to add anti-cheat, then the game will have a serious problem. It's going to absolutely devastate the community because half the people are using mods. The roleplay community heavily relies on it. Like, basically, most of the people that I know who play the game every day, the way they find the like people who play the game every day and aren't raiding. Shit, even raiders actually. But especially casual people. Mods provide these people with the like never-ending content, the repeatable content that's always fun to do, like decorating your house. Mods make this much easier. The role play, the glamours, taking pictures of your character in different outfits. Well, with mods, you don't even have to you don't have to deal with a fucking shitty system of collecting items at all. Because you can just use a mod that puts whatever item on your character. So you don't have to deal with that. If you just want to take screenshots of your character in cute outfits, you can do that. Without like having to go find those pieces in the world and then deal with your inventory and your retainers. You don't have to do any of that. Or you just use the mod to take screenshots. There's that. There's you know, God, it's the situation is just everybody, maybe not every single person, but a lot of people are relying on mods for their everyday gameplay. So what I'm trying to say is, if they remove the mods with anti-cheat, it is going to severely impact the player population that we have. Yeah. And here's the thing too, like some of this stuff is such a gray area. A lot of the times, things that these add-ons do, they solve problems that the game hasn't yet solved. And this is typically the case for add-ons in any game. So it makes things easier that the game really should have fixed, but it's like fixes made by players. You know, it adds things that people really want, like accessibility options and chat bubbles and really housing. Decorating your house normally without the add-ons is a huge pain in the ass. And these housing add-ons let you save templates, they let you move things wherever you want, and it's just much easier to deal with. It's more fun for people. So that it makes parts of the game more playable and more accessible for people than they would. Like, there's people that just wouldn't do the housing decoration without mods. Wouldn't do screenshots without mods. And, yep. The types of mods make the game way more interesting in a lot of ways.
Zepla gem and Zepla buntwork.
Oh, you mean from, wow, like TSM and other market add-ons adding so much for gold making. Well, yeah, it's fine if everybody can use it, while also not fundamentally fixing the issue. Even with an anti-cheat, it is still a security issue not to have account data encrypted like this. Very, very, very fucking good point. Very fucking good point. Yes. Yeah. It is still a security issue. Yes. What do you think they're gonna do about it? Like, do you think I'm just being... Do you think I'm being pessimistic by my assumption that nothing will happen? Because nothing ever has, and this Yoshi has just not even addressed the problem in any substantive way or provided any kind of long-term solution for the root cause. I mean, I think they're gonna be silenced and just move on. Yes, they will do nothing. Yeah. We need add-ons for rating. I need Delve UI and my ACT to improve and learn. I can't imagine trying to prog a fight without the ACT information. Like, most people are using that. ACT showing you, like, when your dots fell off, where the party was standing. You can see that on FF logs. Seeing things like how you're doing. Are you doing okay? Are you pulling your weight in the raid? Using that helped me so much improve as a player, and I would have never improved without it. I just would never improved. I wouldn't. Never. I needed that data to know that I was doing bad, and I needed the data to know when I was doing better. So, yeah. I've never had problems myself, but how active/good is the moderation team in FXAV? Feels non-inexistent to me. The issue is really the tools players have to report problems to the devs, to the moderation team. It is extremely difficult to report a problem in Final Fantasy XIV. And it's extremely difficult to like report a bot or anything like that. There's 1,000. I've actually made a video about this that is still extremely current today. That goes into all like what a gigantic and a colossal pain in the ass it is to try to submit a report in Final Fantasy XIV. Like, honestly, by the time you're done writing the report, you might not even give a shit at that point. Like, by the time you found it, you must really be pissed off to go through the entire process that it takes, because it's never been updated, it's never been modernized, and it's a nightmare. You know how it was when you made your account? It's like that. So, could be better. Definitely could be much improved. Have you guys ever dealt with a stalker in FF14 that you know about? God, that's scary to think of. What if you have a stalker and you don't even know about them, but they know all about you and all your alts? God, that's creeping me out. I don't even want to think about that. But have you? Yes. Holy shit, you did? No, I think you're correct. I think I got that feeling when they introduced the stupid die from retainer thing, which was incredibly useless and failed to allow you to die from your retainers, from your glamour death. Yeah. No Clippy. Yes. I'm a Hexa legend, all Criterion Savage clear, pink parsing and Savage. I would not be able to raid without XIV Alexander, No Clippy, and ACT to improve as a player. Is it true that XIV Alexander, like, that just fixes a bug? I had someone tell me that the other day. Is that true that No Clippy, it just fixes a bug that they could fix? Yes. Okay. Okay. God. Okay. Okay. That's true. Okay. I'm not surprised, but...
Thank you, Optimus Prime.
Being a stalker sounds excessively time-consuming. Right? That's how I feel. I've seen someone being stalked firsthand, like right in front of me. I haven't, but people in my FC are having issues with at least 2 people right now. I know a couple of people that had stalkers. What the fuck? This is horrifying. I just casually asked chat right now if people have stalkers, and a ton of people say they either have a stalker or they know multiple people that have stalkers in FF14. What the fuck? This is horrible. Do you feel? I almost feel like
Thank you, Optimus Prime.
Yoshi
Zepla,
P
Booney, Zepla,
giving the
dancing
community
rocket.
too much credit by saying please don't. Like, does he realize how fucked up things are? Does he know this is a huge issue? Well, I guess we just have to keep shouting about it. Someone in my FC is being stalked by someone who's using alts to follow and track them. Yeah, I do know people that have been stalked. So even though I don't know, maybe I wasn't, I didn't know about it. But I know multiple people that have dealt with stalkers in the game too. So the fact that there's this many is insane. Yeah. I've heard of Twitch streamers having to worry stalkers are after them. Well, it's hard to stalk me when I'm offline. Yeah. I just don't go on. Can stalk me. I guess, well, I'll be in WoW. There are some thorough videos on YouTube of people sharing their stalking experience. It's really awful. Oh my god, I don't know if I can watch that. I tend to be really sensitive to that kind of thing. That's horrific. I had an ERP relationship with a character. When I finally decided to end things, they wanted to keep the ERP going with my character, and they asked if they could have my account. What? I said no, and I took a break from the game. When I came back, they recreated my character down to the most minute detail. Oh my god, what the fuck? That's so scary. That's so scary and terrifying. Holy shit. Hold on a second. I gotta move the chat over here so I can keep up. What the fuck? Asgare, thank you for the 33-month resub. Quator22, thank you so much for subbing. Hello, Joe. Thank you for the 17-month resub. I do appreciate that. I got the same response from moderators all the time for my reports on some weirdo who kept following me around. Same copy-paste response. I feel they're pretty useless. God. I have a friend that asked me to never name them. They had to go through so much to shake their stalker. I've had my fair share of stalkers following me around in the world. I had to use data center travel at random intervals just to have peace of mind. What the fuck? Yoshi P would tell a thief not to steal and expect he will comply. Yes, you're right. Yes, you're right. He would say, hey, stop that. Yoshi P is so out of touch, it's absurd. That is how I feel too. FSV has a great community, but they also have some way more problems with super weirdos. I mean... Japan completely disregards stalking issues until someone's physically hurt. That's my worry, is that this is going to lead to a very dangerous situation for people.
Did you know that in Portland, Oregon, there is a freeway sign with ZEPLA tagged on the backside? Did you do that?
No, but I have seen ZEPLA when I was driving from Seattle here. I took a picture of it. I think I put it on Instagram. I saw graffiti. We actually stopped. We'd stopped and turned around on the freeway. I saw Zepla written on graffiti. I didn't do it. My take is that 14 has a lot of weirdos because it's one of the games with the biggest percentage of female players, so it attracts a certain type of people. I don't know. I feel like WoW has a lot of female players in it. Nowadays. Nowadays, WoW has a lot of girls playing. Can't be stalked in-game if you're not in-game. That's what I'm saying. It sounds like they are extremely disconnected from the community of their own game. They possibly play the game, but mostly within their own ecosystem. decide to ignore other players and what they actually do. Do you feel like it's Yoshi P looking at the community with rose-colored glasses and refusing to see some of the ugliness and rot that is absolutely present within it? Thinking that, oh, this community is so great and so amazing all the time and everybody's so nice and like getting a little bit too complacent and ignoring real issues that are absolutely present in the community. Like, it's great to be proud of the nice people in your community and all, but we can't pretend like there's not absolutely psychotic people that will exploit others and that will harass others and that will use any advantage that they have to like assert power over other people. It's terrifying. And we can't act like these problems don't exist. We can't act like these problems don't exist. Okay? It's dangerous. That's some mental shit. In my case, I found a group of people in my dungeon roulette. They asked if they could add me. I did the mistake of saying yeah. They were after me for days. Even asking for my socials in my Discord. Did they just not leave you alone? In the end, I decided to put my character in busy mode so they couldn't whisper me. It's very easy for devs to be out of touch. In fact, I would say as a dev myself, it's impossible to be in touch because you'll never stop looking at your game from dev eyes. They need to hire international consultants. I mean, I can see how he would look at the game from dev eyes. But I also feel like there was a time when I started playing when I absolutely felt like Yoshi P was more in touch than he is now. Like, maybe he can't ever truly see things from the perspective of a regular player, but I think that there's a spectrum there where he can be more in touch with the player base and more far away. And lately, we've been more on the side where he's like totally dismissive, either totally dismissive of the things people are trying to say, or ignoring the major problems, or just saying stuff that doesn't have anything to do with anything. This is, every time I've heard him talk about issues lately, it's like this. And, yeah. XV is literally the only online game a person has played if they genuinely think this game has some special stalking problem, as if this doesn't exist in many online spaces in general. I think that is a really good point. That is a really good point. It is a hazard of being online, and that is why developers have a responsibility to protect players with robust security features when they're playing the games that they're responsible for, because in a sense you are safeguarding your players' safety when they choose to spend time in your world and to engage in the social systems that your game has to offer. So obviously you should feel safer in the game than like on 4chan. Okay. Yeah. With all the other projects Yoshi P is doing right now, do you think he's bored of XV? No, I don't think that he's bored. I just think that he might have gotten complacent. I think he's gotten complacent. And, I think maybe he got a little big for his britches at some point. And he just, I don't know. He needs a reality check. Okay, he needs to assess the real, actual problems that players are shouting from the rooftops about and address those things in a way that actually addresses the real problems. Not just beat around the bush, say, oh, don't talk about it. We're not gonna do that much about it. Like, we need direct, clear action points. If you can't do those things, explain why, like he used to. It's not. He's been better at this in the past. But, to be fair, they have never handled the mod situation well. They have never known what to do. And I always knew that one day we'd reach a point where they would be forced into action. And this feels like it could be the issue that forces them into action. if it just causes a legal dispute from a player against Square Enix. Because that's the only thing that I think would actually make them change it. Because they just don't want to deal with it. That I've always felt Yoshi P, he never wanted to deal with the mod problem. I think he wanted people to just be able to do whatever they wanted, and he wanted to look the other way with the mods. Because I think maybe he could see the good things that mods did provide. I mean, that's obvious from some of the features that we've gotten from mods added to the game in the past couple of years. There are previously mod-only features that we now have, which shows me they were looking and watching, what are players using mods for? What could we add? You know? So they'd seen some merit in the mods, some value in them, and yeah. I don't know. It's complicated. Mod support won't make the game better. Yeah, I also... I do think that you're right on this. I don't necessarily think that mod support can work now, because the limited API will cause issues for already existing stuff. Yeah. People wouldn't be able to just do whatever they wanted with the mods, and I don't know what they're gonna do. Well, besides nothing. Especially won't work with the game on PlayStation and Xbox. I think he needed more money from corporate and needed to convince the company to give it to him by deliberately causing a problem. What? So he could actually offer us a solution? I don't believe that at all. I think that is a little bit galaxy braining the situation, and I think it's way more simple than that. I think they just didn't want to do anything about it. And now it's like with any problem that you ignore, usually problems you ignore get worse and worse until you're forced to pay attention to them. I have a lot of personal experience with that, and I'm sure you do too. Okay? Everybody has dealt with that before. What are some of the big... Anti-cheat will only harm regular users and can do nothing to resolve this issue. It's literal snake oil. What must be done is protecting the account ID that no one asked for. You could simply not send it client-side. If it absolutely must be sent client-side for the blacklist to use its current features, then you must at minimum protect it with randomized hashing if you can't be bothered to encrypt it. You cannot let such sensitive data be sent to the client with no protection in a game that you know has such heavy plugin usage. That's what I've been trying to say. That's what I've been trying to say. You know people are doing this. Basic data security is just completely absent from its current implementation. That is the problem, Yoshida. Will he read this? Like, is there a similar thread in the Japanese forums that he might read? Because I don't know if they even read this shit, man. These are things he needs to read right here. Okay. These are great comments. But, well, is this a donut wall situation? It's not just Yoshi P. The entire dev team is complacent. There's no way it's okay for the content to be this dry for months in 2025. Well, now that's a different topic. Okay, that's a different topic. Ultimately, though, Yoshi P is in charge, so the responsibility for things falls upon him. He is the director and the producer. In the past, people took refuge in the story, but with the quality... I'm not getting off on that tangent yet, okay? That's a whole other enchilada that we don't even need to deal with. No. NA forums? Absolutely not, right? The worst thing is, they know people mod the fuck out of the game, right? This is not a surprise that someone read the account ID coming from the store. So is it possible for them to like change the way the account ID is sent. So that way we can actually solve this root problem, or is this a situation where now that it's out, you can't go back ever? I love enchiladas. Now that I said that, man, I'd love an enchilada today. Sounds good. Oh, someone, actually the same guy that made the thread that is bilingual, created a thread on the Japanese forum about 10 days ago. Can you link it to me so I can put it into Google Translate, Landhalt? But don't put the link in my Discord, okay? Because I might have a hard time finding it. I'll try. But I don't know what that means. It can be fixed, but it could lead them to have to reset all the current blacklists depending on the implementation. Oh my god. Oh. You can post the link into Google Translate. Yeah, I need the link though. There's a YouTube channel that goes over to the JP forum and translates it to English. Okay. Well, give me the link. Okay. Hey, move over. Are you ready for our date? What? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Hold on a second. Okay. Don't say these kinds of things. It's weird. General MMO question. Why do MMO developers need to punish players playing the game? Weekly lockouts. I feel like I have no reason to play WoW now that I went through Nerubar Palace yesterday. Did you do your time walking dungeons to get your buff for the Buzzbee mount? What about your vault? Is your vault ready for next week? WoW gives you a shitload to do before the next weekly lockout. You could go kill, you could go to the Tempest Keep. You could try to get Phoenix mount. That's a whole other conversation. We don't need to get into all that. I can say a few things about this. The issue is, with the security infrastructure that Square Enix uses, it's archaic at best, and they don't seem to have specialists to make meaningful changes. WoW. Oh, about mods in WoW. WoW has had official mod framework since the beginning, so there are clear boundaries and limitations as to what add-ons can do, and policing of illegal modifications to some degree. FF14 official stance is no mods allowed, but also we will not police it. Yeah, so the result is people just do whatever they want, and it's chaos. That's now a chaos that's endangering regular people. Yeah. I'm deeply terrified of Mythic Plus toxicity. Well, you could do Mythic Plus with our guild in a very safe and nice environment. Or you can do Delves instead. And get gear without, well, completely avoiding Mythic Plus altogether. Okay. God. Well, did you find this for me? Oh, yes. Great. Thank you so much for providing me that link, Akira. Thank you. Let me pull this up. God. What really scared me today is the number of people in the chat who know someone or know multiple people, or who they themselves have a stalker, have had a stalker, know someone who's being stalked. That has actually scared the shit out of me. That in just a couple of seconds, that many people had this experience in Final Fantasy XIV. An experience that is now made even easier for people that are doing it. Zai's had a stalker. It's creepy as fuck. This isn't okay. Okay, so this is post. This is from 7 months ago. Oh my god. This is from the launch of Dawntrail. Are you telling me that this is something a Reddit user pointed out as a security concern, but nobody working in security for Final Fantasy XIV has pointed out at the time that they were making the feature for players? No one gave a shit, by the way. 10 upvotes. PSA, your alt characters can now be tracked. We were all happy about the new blacklisting system that blocks entire account rather than just one character. However, this feature came with one issue. 7 months ago, holy shit. Every character now has a unique account ID attached to it. This ID is unique per service account, stays the same across all your alts on the same service account. Ultimately, the blacklisting system works client-side. Holy shit, our canary in the coal mine, trying to warn us. Instead of the server simply not sending you a character model or messages or marking them as blacklisted server-side, it still sends everything. Just your client filters it based on your current blacklist, which now consists of account IDs, rather than character IDs as they were before. How do you get an account ID? Well, you can't get it without modifications to the game, but technically, it's very easy to get, using various third-party tools. You don't need anything fancy. An old, good 3-letter tool, well loved by raiders, will retrieve account IDs just fine after one performs a little coding. And the worst thing is that one doesn't even need to see a character or receive a message from a character to get their account ID. One just needs to open a player search, and the game client receives account IDs of everyone who is displayed in the search results. Basically, one can't retrieve account ID of an offline player. There you go. There's your out. But that's really it when it comes to limitations. Well, that's the best way to stay safe, I guess. From there, one could make a tool that would log account IDs and match them with character names. With this database, it's obviously possible to figure out all characters if they were ever online. And one doesn't even need a paid account. What? A free trial can be just searching all day long, logging everyone. One could also crowdsource such a database and sell access to it. It's only a matter of time until that happens. Holy shit! Holy shit. Hey, it's exactly the problem that you were warning about. It's now here. Hire this guy, for real. Or girl. Is it a big deal? I don't know for sure. But it could matter to some people. Could Square Enix have implemented blacklisting differently, but kept its behavior as it is right now? Of course. Yes, they could have, but they didn't. It's on them. Honestly, the fact that some person on Reddit pointed this out and nobody at Square Enix realized this, or they deliberately chose to just implement it in this more dangerous way, it just shows a level of incompetence that is totally unacceptable. What the fuck is going on at Square Enix right now? While hardly ideal, the people who would benefit from this the most are getting blacklisted anyway. They can still see you if you blacklist them. It's just you who can't see them. I don't understand how people are dismissing this concern. What about general privacy? The whole purpose of making an alt is sometimes get a break or roleplay somebody completely different. Yeah, their privacy, it's a privacy issue. What? Oh my god. It makes stalking easier, while also making literally impossible to disappear for someone for good. Downvoted. Downvoted. That's FXCV Reddit for you. That's the main stuff. Lodestone, it's no different from having your Lodestone. Lodestone can't expose all your alts. Account ID can do so. Okay, but what difference does it make? Well, being able to track one character versus being able to track all characters belonging to the same account. Okay. Wow. They tried to silence them, but he spoke the truth. I'm shocked. Willful ignorance. Stop criticizing my game. Exactly. That's exactly right. This is the kind of shit that happens when the community doesn't want to hear anything bad. When people just would rather plug their fingers in their ears and say, la 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 la, I can't hear you. Things get worse, as it turns out. Crazy. It's almost like we should be pointing out problems the game has instead of being dismissive to people who are trying to fucking warn you. Is this lack of security even allowed in the game industry of online games nowadays? I think that this is definitely... earlier, people were saying this is in violation of the EU regulations, so... yeah. Okay. You have to go to the other subreddit to point out problems with the game. Yeah, shitpost XIV. That's where you're allowed to criticize the game. Ugh. People don't understand the severity of a problem until it becomes their problem. Very true. That's also a very good point, Size. Stalkers also don't end at you. They target those who interact with you too. Mm-hmm. They're just clueless. Min FXV discussion. I know, I'm just messing with you. I'm just trolling. I can't believe this, son. This is so classic. This is absolutely so classic. Someone warning, and then everyone saying, "There's nothing, shut up." And now it's a real problem. Like, is there a more classic tale in FXV history than that? No. This is what happens all the time. First, someone points something out, and everyone's like, "You're wrong, fuck you." Give it like a year, half a year, and suddenly people are like, "Oh my god." It's actually, it was bad. Oh my god. What was another big warning? Hold on a minute. What was that thread about, from the Japanese forum? that you had? Oh, thank you so much. Buns dependable as always. Thank you so much. Found it. Thank you. God damn. I wonder if this person's still posting on Reddit. Where is the... Okay, I'm going to go to the forums. Alright. Google Translate. So this is the Japanese post. Here we go. Okay. This is what made FCV not best MMO anymore. When toxic positivity forced people to shut up. This just makes me feel it's not worth caring. If even Yoshi seems hopeless. Well, I mean, it's an understandable reaction to feel that way when you're not feeling heard by a dev. I still care very, very much, and I will continue to care a great deal. Because I'm basically, like, entrenched in this community, and I give a shit about the game. But I really don't blame anyone who's like, you know what, I've had enough. Because problems are not getting better, Yoshi P seems out of touch. Like, of course you're gonna alienate players this way. It's natural and obvious that that is the result when problems are avoided. Boycott? No. I personally wouldn't. I still have hopium in spite of everything. Okay, that's what we were actually talking about at the start of the stream today. And maybe I'm just maybe I'm overly sentimental about this game. Maybe that's my problem. I don't know. Okay. So this is from Japanese forums. This was posted a while ago whenever we first brought up this dangerous stalking mod. And this discussion started to happen on the Japanese forums. And maybe, is this the thread that was why Yoshi P decided to actually make a announcement about it? Okay. Hi, NA players. This is Google translated, so it might not be perfect. NAEU is debating this horrible mod. I didn't see any conversation on this subject here, but I felt it was important to share in case it affects you. Below is the article link and some key paragraphs. This mod takes your account ID, which FXV stores locally from in-game search features, and uploads it to the server. This allows anyone using the plugin to see all characters associated with that ID. Simply put, any player who installs the mod can see all the alts you have. Even more controversial is that the mod plugin creators themselves created an opt-out system. Yeah. I shouldn't laugh, but I can't help it. Like, it's so absurd. To mitigate accusations of enabling stalking. Yeah, like, you don't need to install the plugin to hide your character. You'll be able to set your character's visibility to private. Come to our Discord. Join our set profile private channel. Join the stalker Discord. Cool, cool. I'd love to. As for why it's not opt-in, General said that if it were the data pool, obviously it's not opt-in because that would destroy the point of it. The data pool would be too limited. The mod wouldn't work effectively. No shit. The opt-out at the top is necessary to share information with the mod author, who is the king of stalking. Sorry for the translation, I use Google. The mod author plans to make it public, so I hope it helps everyone affected. To put it bluntly, this is a terrible mod. It shouldn't exist. Players shouldn't have to hand over their data to the creators of stalker mode in order to opt out. Okay. But you know, did they understand it's not just one mod? That it's a root problem that will always be exploited forever now? Even if it's difficult to crack down on users, it should be possible to crack down on distributors of illegal tools like Genshin's management did. If distribution is stopped, it will reduce the number of new users and have a deterrent effect. No, it's over. It's the cat's out the bag, man. I don't understand why Square Enix's management is only stopping it with a... Doesn't Genshin have anti-cheat? I don't know how Genshin handles this shit, so I don't know. The thread had a clear explanation has disappeared. I'll explain the problem again for Japanese people in a rough way. Okay, so now someone's explaining the root problem because, yeah. The blacklist update made it possible to block individual accounts, but perhaps because of this, the account ID is now visible. Yeah. This means even sub-characters can be identified as the same account as that character, and sub-characters can be stalked. Alts. Tools for this purpose have already been created. I think the quickest solution would be to request that the account ID not be shown. Yeah. If the blacklist-related blocking process was hidden on the server side, the load would increase, but wouldn't the entire account blocking function be able to continue? Yeah, okay, so male player... Got it. This is a... you know, actually getting to the point of the problem. Now, how do they feel about Yoshi P's response today? Zep, do you think modding and plugins are now at the point where they should do something, even if it makes mod users mad? This shit has gotten so much worse since the end of Shadowbringers. Don't ask, don't tell, just no longer works. With the post-Shadowbringers audience. It has gotten a lot worse. It has gotten a lot worse in my time playing. People definitely got a lot more blatant with it. I think there was a time someone even was streaming with like cheating tools on. We couldn't even enjoy the Fall Guys event because people were fucking cheating it. It's just... I don't know if there's a good solution now with mods. I think they're fucked. I think they're actually fucked. I think what's gonna end up happening is they are gonna have to add the anti-cheat and a lot of people will leave. And it's gonna suck a lot. It's gonna suck really bad. This is gonna be horrible. People will be trying to raid without ACT and they won't have any idea how much damage they're doing or like, and when DPS checks are super, super tight and you need to know like what happened. You won't know that. People who can't play the game without accessibility features provided by mods will just not be able to play anymore. It's gonna be horrible. Roleplay community gone. Housing community decimated. It's gonna be bad. But here's where we're at. You know, it's kind of like when they say when they do this don't ask, don't tell relationship with the players, it comes with a implicit trust and understanding that players won't be wilding out with shit. You know, and you would think that given their policy up to this point that they would be proactive about preventing really bad exploitation like what we're seeing with the blacklist feature. But they haven't, you know? So they can't have it both ways. They can't both ignore the problem when they create privacy features and tell people please don't. And you know, it's too muddy. The rules have been too unclear and eventually it's just gonna lead to everything being gone. All the mods being blocked. Yeah, it's gonna be, I just don't see a good end for this. I really don't. Maybe they could change the blacklist. I feel like they'd be more likely to add anti-cheat than change the way account ID is sent. Because it's almost like if they change the way account ID is sent as a result of this, it would be almost like saying, we understand you want to keep using your mods and we don't want to come down hard on all the mods. So we won't. But they are really stuck between a rock and a hard place now. And it is their fault. It is the fault of their own incompetence, really, with releasing this feature and not thinking about how players would obviously use the information they have. Okay, so I'm gonna go down to closer to today. Let's see if there's any responses from... Yeah, I think it's good management has finally issued a statement. However, since only legal superficial measures are being considered, superficial measures, that's exactly what we've been talking about. The stance is that the developer of the tool is responsible. In the first place, it was the account ID that was sent to the client side due to the blacklist modification that led to the situation where information about other characters could be collected by the tool. Thank you. This is clear to everyone, except Yoshi P, apparently. From the perspective of maintaining the independence of each character in the account and maintaining privacy, I think it's a security breach and a flaw in the specifications. But the fact that there was no mention of whether it was modified or not means Square Enix considers the current situation to be normal. Yoshi P's walk is scheduled for 8 p.m. today. That was last night, right? Yeah. Many players will gather around Yoshi P and the guest characters. It's a great opportunity for anyone to misuse the tool. What? No. In the case of Yoshi P, I don't think his private character will be exposed by the management account. Oh my god. Above all, what about the players who gather around without any preparation because they don't read the forum or get the information? Well, you're not supposed to talk about it now, so... I can't help but feel uncomfortable. Yes, everyone feels really uncomfortable about it. What if they... I mean, yeah, I guess someone could have found his private account. Or his private character. It might be on a different account, though. Wow. Okay. You said you confirmed the existence of the tool, but did you turn off the main valve of the water that continues to flow? If there is no way to turn off the main valve, can you stop the branch to water flow? Can you recover the water that has flowed out? Thank you. No, you can't. It's too late now. But why didn't you notify or stop the water that was leaking when it was supposed to? So based. I don't know if this is an appropriate analogy, but when there's a possibility of a natural disaster, I think there's often a warning in advance. Of course, there are many cases where nothing happens and it doesn't become a big deal. I believe that there was warnings in advance, yes. However, by being warned in advance, each person can prepare. If nothing happens, nothing will happen. But it's too late after something happens. Also, I'm sorry to seem to take your word for it, but you said that you're taking measures such as requesting the withdrawal and deletion of the distribution of the tool and considering legal action and are considering them. But I would like to know whether you're taking action for the request of withdrawal and deletion of the distribution of the tool, considering taking action for considering legal action or considering consideration. The reason why I look at it this way is because I feel like I saw a similar sentence in a notice about the graphics update some time ago. Also, why was there not made in a new thread on the forum, but in Lodestone, which is more visible to players? There are many points that I'm unsure about, but I believe you'll create an environment where players can log in with peace of mind. Wow, this is a really great post. Man, it's always the Lalafell players that are like coming in hot. This is such a great analogy. Violet out here Valve pilled. Based in valve pilled. We don't need a plumber. We need a plumber now. Damn, Violet. Thank you. Well. Yeah. This is the situation that we are in. We were definitely... Some people warned about it. And that maybe should have been working at Square Enix. And, Yoshi P's response is absolutely horrendous. Which, unfortunately, is not a surprise to me nowadays. Yeah. So... I don't know. Zepla. Square Enix suffers from success. Too many new players like me ruin things. What? No. No. I don't believe that. No. I think that, they still need to do a competent job after the game is successful and has more people in it. In fact, it's more important after that point to be on the ball with things. Basic things, like basic security things. Don't blame yourself. Okay. Fix your shit. Okay, well... God. I am sad, but not surprised. This is just how Yoshi P's been lately. He's out of touch. Of course, the Lalas are down to earth. What else would you expect? From a literal potato! True. True. So what's the response like on this? On FXV discussion? Pretty good, I bet. 10 hours ago. I'm curious. Fixing the game to break the mod isn't on the list of options they're considering. Yeah, they're not gonna do that. God. By the way, thanks, Steamy. I'm 31. I'm almost 32 now, which is amazing. Yoshi P needs a vacation. Let Yoko Taro produce for a while. If you let Yoko Taro in charge, he is going to just delete everybody's characters. Yoko Taro will make sure we start new. Because he's gonna delete everyone's characters and force everyone to start at level 1. That's what he would do. Yeah. Just got here. Can someone in chat give me a TLDR? FXV made changes that introduce security flaws. There's a stalker mod now that exploits those flaws and lets people see others' alts. People are debating whether Square Enix will fix the flaw or ban external mods altogether. Thanks, Tessa! That's right. That would solve the problem if you just delete everyone's characters, yeah. Here's a hot take. Update the game every 3 weeks. And Alamud will never have time to be updated. Wow, that is a genius solution. Update, push out so many fucking patches that mods cannot keep up with it. That's a good idea. Yoko Taro would give us a butt slider. Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I wanted to watch a video. I think I've said everything I wanted to say on this. God. I'm gonna watch this video from, Cynotic Scribe? Okay. One sec. Where is it? It was here. React content, but now I can't find it. Oh, okay, I found it. I found it. God. I don't. I'm saying this game couldn't handle the sudden influx of players who came apart at the seams to such an extent that we can now see them clearly. And came apart at the seams. I do not think that the influx of players had anything to do with the deep-seated flaws that the game has and refused to do anything about for years before that. If anything, it only shined a brighter light on those problems. But that doesn't mean it's a cause of the problem. It just means more people noticing problems. It doesn't have anything to do with the number of players or what kind of players, what they were playing before. It's all about the quality of the game and maintaining a high bar. And getting ahead of problems before they become really bad. Okay. The Sprouts are innocent. Absolutely. It is about the devs. That is how I feel. Okay, I will watch this video. I'll be right back, though. I'm gonna grab a tea. I'm saying it's both. We will have to agree to disagree on that. Okay. Because for me, I think the correlation is not a causation.
Paints Manuk
Am I
says, wow,
muted?
at Zepla HQ, that's a great looking chair. Wherever did you get it? Could I get one too?
Oh my goodness, Pants Man, I'm so glad you asked. This chair is from Streamlabs. It is Labs. And it is the limited edition Final Fantasy XIV online chair that has a crystal tower on the back of it and is pretty sick. Yeah. Oh. Yes. It's very glittery thread on it. It's so cool and comfortable. And I have the Fat Cat pillow behind it. You can get, if you're interested in getting a Streamlabs chair, you should click the link, our affiliate link for that before you go buy it, or buy a pillow for yourself. It'll help out the channel if you do that. I love this chair, really. Like, no cap. I've been sitting at my butt in it every day since I got it, like in the summer, and it's still good. What were, oh, punishment. I need to punish you for your bunarchy. That's right. I forgot. Okay. What did one wall say to the other? I'll meet you at the corner. Oh. Did you hear the rumor about butter? Well, I'm not gonna spread it. I asked Nora, what's 2 minus 2? And she said nothing. Nora's my dog. Ooh. Zepla, I would like to point out that this bunarchy was started by a mod. No way. Really? I don't believe it. My mods would never promote or encourage such unlawful behavior.
You a question.
Yeah, I don't believe you.
Honest.
They're innocent. Tack! Damn it, Tack! You know what? You get an extra one because of this. You get an extra one. What kind of car does an egg drive? A Volkswagen. That was horrible. But you deserved it. Completely. That one wasn't so good. No, it wasn't. It was not good. It's not supposed to be good. You're not supposed to like it. It's a punishment. Blame Tech. You add salt and soda? No. It's, my favorite thing in the world. It's true lime. My sister introduced me to this, and I am such an addict. I buy these things at Walmart, and it's a little packet of crystallized lime. Put that sucker in some Coke Zero. It's so good. I'm hooked on these things. Yeah. I'm hooked up on it. Okay. So, let's watch this video. From Synotic Scribe. Now, I understand Synotic Scribe is a lore channel. Awesome lore channel for Final Fantasy XIV. Demi, thanks. I'm glad you like my hoodie. Okay. Are you ready? Let's make sure everything's set up properly. So you can actually see the video here. Okay. This is fun.
Good day, everyone. I am the Synodic Scribe.
Synodic. Oh. Guys, I don't know what that means. Synodic. Not only do I not know how to say it, but
Synodic.
what? Is Synodic? Which one is it? Relating to or involving the conjunction of stars, planets, or celestial objects. Oh, I love planets. I live on one. Okay.
You know, for as long as I've played Final Fantasy XIV, I've rarely, if ever, voiced my opinion and true feelings on the game itself
Good.
over the years.
I'm sorry. Good. You're not supposed to. That's against the law. People don't like it when you do that. Trust me.
Mostly because instead
Don't.
of complaining
Stop.
needlessly over every little change or detail, I prefer to let the developers feel things out.
Thank you.
I don't
Optimus
want a
Prime.
game made just for me. I want the creators to impress me with their own vision. But
Yeah,
for the first time in a
an
while,
interesting- that's a
I'm
good
not
point.
impressed with 14. And for the first
I'm gonna try not to pause him every second, but what he just said about that's an interesting point. I don't want a game just for me. I want the devs to impress. Like that's to me, it reminded me of when at the media tour, Yoshi P said that they'd watch players' reaction to the story and then go from there. And I remember thinking, no, like I want you to have a roadmap that you're confident about, that you know is going to be impressing the players, and that you're excited about, and that you're sure is going to be awesome. Like they felt, because I remember with Endwalker,
Thank you, Optimus
I
Prime.
remember Koji Fox coming on stage and saying, this is going to be even better than Shadowbringers. And I was like, what? No way. No way. And I love the confidence. And it ended up being as good as Shadowbringers, at least 6.0. I loved as much. And I felt like they kept that promise. But I didn't feel that same level of confidence in the lead up to Dawntrail. And that's what it made me think of when he said, you know, I don't want them to try to make it for me. I want them to be creative and impress me with like their amazing ideas, right? I don't know, that's just what popped in my head.
time on this channel, I want to talk about that. But instead of simply complaining about what I don't currently like, I want to discuss my experience with the game and how I got to this point. But, by all means, after this video is over, be sure to let me know your thoughts down in the comment section below.
Oh, that's smart
And
to say that at the
as
start
always,
of the video.
fellow content creators have my full permission to react to my content on their platforms as well.
Oh, good. Because I already started. How embarrassing for me. Hey, that's me. I've already started without asking. Well, it's fine. He said it's fine.
Not just because I want to hear other people's opinions, but because I want to see if I'm simply the only one that feels this way. Perhaps Final Fantasy XIV just
Called
isn't
out.
made for me anymore, and I need to hear my peers tell me that. But before I begin, allow me to say this.
That is crazy to say. For me, I'm like, I refuse to allow that. For me personally, I feel like, no, I will not give up on this game. No, I refuse to accept that the game will not be for me. I love this game, and god damn it, we're gonna turn this car around. Okay. That's how I feel about it. Okay. Oh, I don't want to accept it yet that the game can't be as epic and as it already has been lots of times in the past.
For the developers of Final Fantasy XIV. Anata no doriyuko to saino ni kokoro kara kansha shimasu.
You speak Japanese?
I really hope I didn't screw that up.
A little bit.
When I
That
was a
was
kid,
nice.
I was first exposed to an MMO called Final Fantasy XI, and I was blown away. Suffice to say, I'd already started playing games at that point in my life, and the idea of experiencing a game with friends and fellow adventurers in a living, breathing world felt magical to me, and it still does. I personally feel that MMOs alone have the ability to inspire unique player experiences,
Yes!
and that's what makes them special.
I love MMOs
They have
for
the
that.
potential to tackle content that your typical single or even multiplayer games just don't have the ability to.
Exactly.
So imagine how excited I was later in life to hear that Final Fantasy was going to get a brand new MMO in the
Hey!
form of Final Fantasy XIV.
I know him from the raid.
I had reached a point in my life where I was finally starting to make a little bit of money for myself. So I swore that I was going to be boots on the ground day one with this brand new MMO. That made the disappointment of what was about to happen that much more painful. I had invested early into 1.0, gaining access to the early beta and everything. And understandably, I was in shock at how unfinished the game felt. Final Fantasy XIV 1.0 was indeed as bad as people say it was. Combat was clunky, many environments felt colorless or drab, and basic functions like map navigation was an absolute nightmare.
Didn't 1.0 punish you for playing the game? I think I remember people saying that after you quest for a while and you get a certain amount of XP, then you start getting punished with XP and you can't just keep doing it. Like at a certain point, the game's like, okay, now that's enough now, sweetie. Like, is that true? That was the I didn't play at the time because there was XP decay. Okay. I didn't play then because I heard it was bad and I didn't have any connection to the Final Fantasy franchise. I was playing World of Warcraft and I just heard, oh, there's another, oh, here comes another WoW killer, you know, and I heard it was bad with 1.0 and so I didn't even give it the time of day.
I'm not kidding when I say the forests around Gridania was a literal grid map. So I won't waste much time on what 1.0 did wrong because that could be an entire video in itself. But suffice to say, I felt cheated. The first new MMO that I devoted what little money I had to play easily felt like the worst investment I had ever made. And because I didn't have a lot of money,
no.
I didn't stick around long.
Right.
The game wasted about a month or a month and a half of my time before I unsubbed and walked away, taking this as a life lesson and damaging my opinion of Square Enix quite thoroughly. When I heard that 1.0 was getting nuked into oblivion, I sorta smiled as I watched people react to its eventual downfall. I didn't feel anything for Eorzea's ruin because it never inspired any
You're like on the side of the Ashians. You're like, oh, a meteor is about to hit Eorzea? Fantastic. I can't wait to fucking see it. Good riddance. Yeah. You're like all for the Dalamud project.
kind of love from me. Sure,
my
there were
God.
aspects of the lore and jobs that I found interesting, but
Clean
minor
slate.
interest couldn't overcome the horrible UI, messy quest design, and lifeless world.
Don't
And
worry.
so,
we fixed all those
1.0
problems. That's all been solved now.
ended, and
Thank you,
life moved
Optimus
on.
Prime.
Years after the initial launch, 2.0 would be announced, and at first, I
good.
couldn't care less. After experiencing the mess of 1.0 firsthand, I figured there was no possible way that they could fix that dumpster fire of a game. But to my surprise, I was hearing nothing but good things, and eventually one of my friends at the time passionately encouraged me to give it another chance. I was beyond skeptical, but I wasn't able to scratch that MMO itch for years at that point, and I was desperate for a decent experience. So, I used my old 1.0 logins and resubbed my...
That's the thing too, man. It's like once you had the great MMO experience, you're always gonna be chasing it for the rest of your life. Once you've had a good time in an MMO and you see what a magical genre it is and how cool and different it is from any other genre that exists, you're always gonna have that MMO itch a little bit, just hoping for another different world to explore with a lot of people. There's something really, really magical about it. You just can't. Yes.
My account. And then
No, this is so nostalgic, this music.
to say that I was impressed would be an understatement. The developers for A Realm Reborn had done the impossible, completely redesigning a failed product into a vibrant and
I
engaging
started in
world.
Limsa.
But mind you, they built up 2.0 in just a couple years, when some game studios end up taking an entire decade just to release an MMO's beta phase. The success story of 2.0 was completely unheard of in the games industry.
True,
And
true.
I don't want to imagine the amount of sleepless nights they must have had to pull off this miracle.
It's insane.
But I will die on the hill that A Realm Reborn deserves every credit it has earned for the studio's work ethic and passion
Yeah.
alone. As for myself, I began running around with fate parties to grind
is a miracle.
experience, reading over various textbooks to learn what lore had changed after the calamity, and once I was level 50, I tackled what was currently endgame at the time. Titan Hard Mode. I was so back, and one of the friends I made along that journey is still one of my best buddies to this very day. The first jobs I made were Dragoon and Summoner, and I was once again super excited for the future of this MMO. Over the years, Final Fantasy XIV would evolve and change in every expansion.
right.
Heaven's Word solidified 14's
For me, I started Heaven's Ward. So I missed all the Realm Reborn era completely. Because honestly, with the game being such a disaster in 1.0, a lot of us felt like the game was still like if you weren't connected to Final Fantasy and you were just another gamer, like the word on the street was, oh, Final Fantasy 14, that game flopped. Yeah. Apparently they're trying. I remember it was like, apparently they're trying to like fix it. But I heard it was shit, man. I'm not going to play that. And so there was a stigma where people were not convinced that it was suddenly way better after being such a fucking disaster. Like me, I just wasn't convinced at all. And I had no reason, I had no connection to the franchise. I had no reason really to give it a shot. And so it was a really hard sell for a lot of us. It's why, you know, when things go really bad, it can take years to rebuild trust and get away from the stigma that you've put onto your game of that bad, really bad time. Okay, so people far less connected, it might take them, 4 or 5 years before they even consider playing your game after a colossal disaster like that. You have to build back trust. It's hard to do that once trust has been broken.
Amazing story-driven content. Stormblood improved boss encounters, and Shadowbringers felt like it was carrying on that torch into the future. I was very happy to be a 14 fan. Now, did I like everything they were doing? Of course not. There were changes and augments to things like jobs and some encounters that I
Didn't you say you played Summoner?
didn't care for.
Okay.
For example, when Steps of Faith originally released as a trial, I thought it was a fun change of pace from the usual tank and spank. Nothing fancy, but nothing too difficult. Chain the dragon down with magic and then use giant weapons to...
Nothing too difficult, you say? Have you done this content with random people? Do you have any idea how long this shit took? trying to explain the most basic concept to someone. Hey, please use the dragon killer thing. Please click on it. No. No. Won't do it.
deal huge chunks of damage. Easy.
Not easy.
So imagine my shock when I heard people complaining that it was too hard. The fact that they nerfed that fight shortly after for
They
those who
had
couldn't
to.
follow even the most simple
They could not.
mechanics
They
to
could
me
not.
was a very bad sign.
True.
But
Actually, a good point, though. See, that is a good point. I think at the time, I was a new player. I was brand new. And I'm thinking, God, this fight is so annoying. People can't follow basic directions. I'm glad they're going to fucking nerf it. It takes forever every time. It's so annoying. I hate getting it. So when they nerfed it, I'm like, good. There's less bullshit to deal with. But I didn't think about it from the perspective of, is this a symptom of an issue where players don't want to engage with interesting mechanics that are new and different, and that if we always smooth out all these problems, won't this, like, isn't this a philosophy that could lead us to a place where everything is brain dead and the same all the time? I wasn't asking myself those questions at the time. And it's kind of like, it reflects this push, the natural push and pull between devs and players, right? It's always this kind of tug of war where players want things to be engaging and different, but they also, you know, how much suffering is there going to happen that players are going to tolerate? I think maybe keeping it the way it was. Do you think that this would have helped players be better over time? Or understand that sometimes there's things that will be expected of them besides pressing one button? I don't know, but it's an interesting question.
I had faith that these were only bumps in the road, growing pains that
Yeah.
came with the game slowly rocketing up to become one of the most popular MMOs in the entire world. Of course, a few changes were going to be necessary to cater to a bigger crowd, and the developers had my full support. After all, if they were able to turn a pit stain like 1.0 into the gem
I think you're right, Minok Fox. It's about the devs not teaching players well through the content itself. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's what it is. The process of learning how to play well should be fun and should be part of the game. I think that ultimately that is what that comes down to. It should be fun as you learn. Because studies show that you learn best when you're having fun and you're in a state of play. Like the human brain works better and you learn much faster when you're having a good time. This is a scientific fact.
that was all. If they were able to turn a pit stain like 1.0 into the gem that was a realm reborn, I was confident that they could change course at any point if certain decisions weren't working out. To that end, I present another example from Heavensward, the Diadem, released in 3.1.
Oh God! Oh no!
The diadem-
I did not expect the diadem.
Has it really been 3 years already? Zepla love heart.
I did not expect you to throw diadem in here, my dude. Jay Horn, thank you for the 36-month resub. Stickley, thank you for the 4-month resub. Zala, thank you for the 6-month resub. And Dark Tower, thank you for the 2 months. I do appreciate y'all. Who was there? Buns, were you here?
Was not super well received, but I could see what they were trying to do when
Yeah.
it came to this community-powered content.
Yeah.
And that alone earned my respect, because at least the developers were visibly exploring other forms of entertainment right after launching their first expansion.
It was so experimental and crazy. And I respect it now so much that they, okay, so basically, if you don't know, Diadem, all these little fucking things are covered in gigantic, super dangerous dinosaurs. And they added, you're not going to believe this, they added Titan forging random drops in the zone to the point that they could Titan Forge and basically randomly roll stats that were bis for you. So what players had to do was go in here in gigantic groups. It was a massively multiplayer content zone. And just farm the crap out of dinosaurs endlessly, trying to get a gamba. Like, do the gamba, get the high roll for your bis loot to drop. It was like, it was horrible, but it was crazy chaotic. And I appreciate the innovation and the attempt to take risks at that time. But people were so fucking mad. Once people found out that, wait, this is how you can get your bis? It's from grinding dinosaurs in the diadem. All shit, that shit hit the fan. I remember also that PS3 players were like barely, they were hanging on for dear life in there. They could barely, their system was like catching on fire from the number of people in this fucking zone.
You know, instead of resting on their laurels and...
Demi, yes, it's the true chaotic raid. Don't show me chaotic raid unless you've been to Diadem.
not even trying. I like to think what they learned from Diadem helped to lay the groundwork for content like Eureka in Stormblood,
It was so
which I
crazy.
personally loved.
So
And
crazy.
additions such as the Baldessian Arsenal felt like they were taking full advantage of the kind of content MMOs alone
Yeah, that was
are
also
able to
experimental.
generate. Holding up to 56 players, the Arsenal
Yeah.
was the first huge raid of its kind in Final
Awesome.
Fantasy XIV,
Awesome.
and I had an amazing time.
Amazing, good, great.
While
content.
many players didn't care for
Peak.
the story of Stormblood, the expansion itself did wonders for encounters and boss design, and the trials in Stormblood felt more like cinematic experiences.
Can I just say, I went back and I watched the story of Yatsuyu recently because I'm doing research and writing for future videos, and my God, what a beautiful story that was, and how heartbreaking and tragic and horrible and beautiful that tale was about her life and the monster that she became. And I miss like being able to look back on a story like that, and then you're left with questions in your mind like, could she have even become something different? Like, you want to root for the character and you see the good in them, and it's just so sad that things turned out the way they did, but because of the way that they were set up, it still felt inevitable. I was completely enthralled and I believed it, you know. At no point am I thinking like, does this character plot even make sense right now? I'm not thinking about it as from a writing standpoint. It was nice to just get kind of immersed in her story and put myself in her mind and ask myself how, like, the rage I would feel, the anger and like her violent urges, and God, it was so well done. Yeah, it's a beautiful story. Like, was it absolutely perfect all the way through? No. No. Okay. Definitely there were some points where, you know, with Stormblood had pacing issues, and with Yatsuyu's story, there were some points I remember early on when I like turned my head, but it didn't matter ultimately because the big emotional points were definitely there. And Stormblood had a lot going for it in retrospect.
And if you're curious as to
Wayward
what job
Daughter.
I was playing at that time, I'm a spell sword lover, so
Beautiful.
I had chosen to main Dark Knight the moment Heavensward Early Access became available, and I was absolutely loving the fact that Dark Knight was considered the magic tank at the time. But don't worry, we'll come back to that later.
Uh-oh. Hey, it's my first main. I was a Dark Knight tank for my first raids when I first started playing in Final Fantasy XIV, and I loved the idea of managing my mana and feeling like a Spellblade, sort of. That's what I loved about Dark Knight. I always loved that aesthetic. And even if, like, there was a lot of, you need to plan ahead with your mana and always be aware of how much mana you have so that you can still, because you could really put yourself into a situation where you're fucked and you can't tank because you didn't manage your mana very good. And at the time, it also kind of sucked with balancing because I remember we had like ridiculous APM on Dark Knight. You had to press so many buttons, and yet you would never meet a warrior in damage. Like, people who were playing Dark Knight, we did it for the love of the game at the time.
Suffice to say, player-driven content like Eureka, Bozia, Ishgard Restoration, and more, combined with the engaging MSQ and plenty of side content to play with groups and solo players alike, made me feel like the future of 14 was very bright. I mean, this game went from having absolutely no PvP to having frontlines, which, while very unbalanced at the start, was still a lot of fun. And they've done nothing but try to improve upon the PvP experience ever since.
This brings me back.
Now we have Crystalline Conflict, and most people love it, me included.
I like it.
So why wouldn't I have faith in the developer's vision for the future?
I like Crystalline Conflict. Man, thinking back to that time in Heaven's Word when I first started and I was raiding as a Dark Knight and I was learning about all the ins and outs of this crazy game that had so much depth to it, and every job felt so different from every other job. Like, I remember getting Paladin to 60 and it was such a different playstyle from Dark Knight, which was so completely crazy different from Summoner, which I also got to 60. It was my first DPS. And I remember I was so excited about how deep this game went. And I remember thinking, holy shit, I can make so many YouTube videos. This game is so in depth and every system is so complex. I can't wait to dive into all of it on YouTube on my new channel. And that's when I started. And I've been here ever since. You know, I still have this passion for the game. But lately, I just feel like the systems aren't as deep as they were when I started. They're getting more shallower.
But in the background, something was starting to nag at me. And I wasn't able to really put my finger on it until the post-content of Shadowbringers. You see, by the time Shadowbringers had launched, Final Fantasy XIV had started what I believe to be an odd process of changing or cutting back on content in big ways. We had lost job quests in favor of role quests. Field operations like Bozia, while fun, had ended abruptly, with the remaining story being told in info cards instead of cutscenes.
That was so
Not
bizarre.
only were we getting...
Oh my god. I know why. I know why. It's because they scrapped the Garlemald expansion. That was supposed to happen in 6.0. So the original plan was Shadowbringers, Garlemald expansion, and then Endwalker. But the developers said that because of the success of Shadowbringers, they skipped Garlemald and went straight to Endwalker, which is crazy to me, but that's a decision that they made. But you can see that there was content that we got in Shadowbringers that was kind of leading up to Garlemald. And this is part, I think this is, I remember at the time people were like, what the fuck? How did all this lore and stuff get pushed into these cards? And it felt unfit, like really wrapped up way too fast. So there's all this very important information that is just being totally glossed over. And it's because of that. We were robbed from the Garlemald completely.
Less dungeons with every expansion, but even lower level dungeons were suddenly being transformed to match the linear model of modern dungeon design.
Yeah,
and the jobs themselves.
And I wonder if some of that had to do with adding in trust, though. Like, did they change some of these dungeons to be more linear to suit the AI more?
Weren't untouched, as what many players call job homogenization had already begun. robbing some jobs of skills and abilities that had helped to set them apart from each other. It felt as if everything was becoming excessively formulaic, predictable, safe. Like the developers were going through the motions instead of trying new things. To me, it felt like that candle of creativity was starting to be snuffed out, and I had no idea why. Even the 24-man raid in Shadowbringers felt more like one massive advertisement for a completely different video game instead of something that had any business being a raid in this MMO.
That is a hot take. Oh my god. That's a hot take. People love Nier. Personally, I loved Copied Factory. But after that, even though I thought the raid mechanics were fun and good, and I was fine with it being Nier. I love Nier. I even played Nier Automata before these raids came out so that I could understand the references and stuff. And I was really glad I did. Holy shit. But in terms of story, it was a disaster. I do not know what the fuck happened. It was probably one of the first times when I've been playing this game where I really asked myself, what in the world happened with the story here? Who checked this? Who was running through it? This is just unacceptable. That is how I felt about the Nier story. I thought it was just totally incoherent, and I heard from people saying, oh, that's just how Nier is. And I never liked that. Never sat well with me at all, because I loved Nier. I love Nier Automata, and I love surrealism in art and in literature. And this wasn't that. It just felt unfinished. It felt like really messy, and it felt incoherent. Okay, that's not the same as absurdism and surrealism, which is done with, you know, tastefully and with proper clues and setup and everything. That's not what happened. It was a mess.
Don't get me wrong, the Nier raids were a lot of fun, but that's because Final Fantasy XIV is fun. At most, the Nier raids simply confused the lore while encouraging players to spend money on other Square Enix-owned properties. And to be clear, I'm not against crossover events from other franchises, but don't ever make a crossover take up what is considered to be mainline content. So, post Shadowbringers was the first time in my many years of loving 14 that I had begun to feel skeptical again. Now, I understand. Not all of these changes were without merit, and some changes were indeed.
Nobody actually misses TP. Hey, where's that bun in the chat from a few minutes ago who said that you missed TP? Do you disagree? Where's our TP enjoyers in the chat? If you don't know, the game used to have a mechanic where you can see the TP bar here, which basically, if you were a tank and you wanted to AoE mobs, it would cost TP. And if you use too much TP, you can't AoE anymore. So you couldn't just run into a pack of mobs, spam your AoE button until the cows come home and be done. Like that's it right now. That's really all you need to do to tank. But at the time, you had resource to manage. And you couldn't just do that because you had to manage your resources. And now you really don't need to think about that anymore. TP resource sounds horrible. Yeah. Punished for playing the game. Didn't it also cost TP to sprint? Yeah. I like the idea of engaging with your resources. You know, like I loved with Dark Knight management, but personally, I'm kind of glad TP is gone. I was not a TP enjoyer. I would rather, look, I have mana, I have HP, and if I'm tanking, hopefully, I'll also have aggro, which is another thing to manage. I didn't feel like I needed the TP, but
for the best. To further complicate things, the times back then were far from ideal for the development staff. COVID had come out in full swing, and their studio had been tasked with creating Final Fantasy XVI on top of fueling 14's continued support. Not an easy task, to be sure. But some stuff wasn't making sense to me. The numbers weren't adding up. When asked about things like job homogenization, the official response was that it was due to player feedback. But whenever I looked around to do my own research, the only posts I could find that genuinely wanted these changes were forum posts with a few hundred or 1,000 upvotes. That might sound like a lot, but Square Enix has constantly been promoting how 14 has crazy player numbers. Their own ads would state that the game has over 16 million adventurers. So making radical changes to jobs just for a few thousand players didn't make any sense to me at all. And then the content to play in the game had begun to dry up. How was Final Fantasy XIV, supposedly one of the most profitable MMOs at the time, lacking the staff and funds to create new content? Like I said, the numbers didn't make sense to me. And then, all of my concerns came to a head.
Yeah, why? That's the $1 million question, isn't it? Why did it always feel like the game, while getting more and more successful, we were always still fighting for resources? I mean, it just never felt like the game got bigger budget, really. Nix, you've had a good point here. I appreciate your perspective on this. You said you're a Nier nerd, and the Nier raids lore is extremely deep. It has nothing to do with FXV, but at the same time, if you don't know about Replicant and Drakengard, you won't understand. The lore in the raids were so deep. But Nier enjoyers said if Nier was going to have a new game, was going to be a sequel from FFXIV. So apparently, if you were deep into the Nier lore with Drakengard and Replicant, you could have appreciated these the raid story. But I felt like I had already gone out of my way to play Nier Automata before the raids came out in FF14, and I still really did not enjoy the story at all. So I personally think this is a huge issue to put stuff in there that you wouldn't know about unless you played multiple other games. But I do appreciate your perspective that for some of you, it was enjoyable.
With the release of Endwalker.
Okay.
All of my concerns came to a head with the release of Endwalker. If you enjoyed Endwalker, then I am very happy for you. But in my own opinion, it's currently the weakest expansion 14 has to offer for a variety of reasons.
Hey, I noticed you said the weakest expansion, which is a good choice of words. You know, you got to be really careful with your choice of words when you talk about Endwalker and what kind of an expansion it was, because people definitely get really, really upset if you are too negative or blunt about that kind of thing. I liked 6.0.
Whereas Stormblood and Shadowbringers
story.
tried to do new things with community content, Endwalker gave us almost nothing. If anything, Endwalker as an expansion felt more focused on the single-player experience than anything else, with the addition of Island Sanctuary and the removal of relic weapons. Because I refuse to call the Tombstone weapons in Endwalker true relics. Their acquisition was embarrassingly easy.
Hold on a second.
Because with the addition of Island Sanctuary and the removal of relic weapons. Because I refuse to call the Tombstone weapons in Endwalker true relics. Their acquisition was embarrassingly easy.
They changed it.
For the first time while playing Final Fantasy XIV after the release of A Realm Reborn,
Basically, they changed the purpose of the relics. They removed the relic journey. They made it more casual, I've realized, in retrospect. So they took something that had previously been a mid-core journey that took a lot of grinding over time, and they tried to make it more accessible to more people and let you do any kind of content you want by just pursuing tomestones for it. But they actually just nuked the journey without replacing it with anything else for you to do that you would have been expecting to do to fill that time. Now, I believe that they're going to address this issue in Dawntrail. We currently do not know how they're going to do that this time. So the jury is out on it. I know people that quite enjoyed the Relics of Endwalker because they were more casual friendly. But of course there is something that they've taken away without replacing it with anything else, which is really the issue here. So we'll see what happens in Dawntrail with it. We don't know any details yet.
Felt like I had nothing to do, and I was only logging in to do my usual dailies and weeklies. Even grinding for mounts, like I usually did with my free company, lost all its appeal when I realized we were getting some bland Bahamut holding a chair. For those who don't know, collecting the trial mounts in Final Fantasy XIV usually followed a theme. In A Realm Reborn, you collected elemental horses to eventually get the Radiant Kidding. Heaven's Word had birds,
I got all
which
the birds.
led to you gaining a golden phoenix.
And I got all the horses.
Stormblood gave you a 9-tailed fox for collecting canines.
I got
And
those.
Shadowbringers gave you a mega dragon for
I got that
collecting
too.
dragons. Endwalker was the first expansion to break this cycle and reward the player with something that felt uninspired.
People
Here I
didn't
was
love
expecting
it.
to get some kind of amazing star cat for collecting all
Right.
the lynxes. And we got this.
Well, that's why you wait until they release what the meta mount is gonna be, like I did. And then, if you don't like it, you just don't do that. You can save a lot of time this way. Not only that, but if you wait that long, they'll buff the drop rates of the previous mounts. So it's a massive time saver in general to just wait a long time. Shit, at this point, I'm waiting until the next expansions to do old expansion trials.
The only content in Endwalker I looked forward to was the Myths of the Realm raid,
Looks like shit, yeah.
which was a lot of fun, but even those couldn't stop me from feeling like this expansion wasn't worth the subscription. Yet I remained subscribed because I believed in the developers. To that end, I was hoping that finally attending the Final Fantasy XIV fan fest
I loved a lot about Mists of the Realm. I really, really loved a lot of the music that was in it. Man, there was some good stuff in there. I loved Agalaya so much. There was so many banger songs. The song that played with Nodthal was amazing. The song, the Menfina song was so amazing too. I definitely enjoyed myself a lot. However, I felt like the story, it was fine. You know, in retrospect, I think at the time I felt like, well, this is fine, I guess. But later, the more I thought about it over time, in retrospect, I started to feel like, damn, just everything is the ancients. Everything's just going back to the ancients. And it almost like sometimes explaining things can narrow and narrow your world and reduce the mystery that your world has rather than expanding on it. You know, like we had the 12, these are these really cool mystical beings that's like connected to your character. You choose one at character creation and it has like a mystique about it, and it's a really interesting thing. But it almost felt like they were too quick to try to wrap up every goddamn thing in a little bow that the game has. Like, we don't have to solve every mystery in the game, okay? let some things be kind of still cool, mysterious things for us to wonder about and speculate about. Maybe just don't give away the whole enchilada all at once. I feel like with Endwalker, they went overboard, being like, okay, this is solved, this is solved, this is solved, this is solved. And it was too much. Just, yeah. Not everything has to be about the ancients. Okay.
Festival in 2023 would get rid of some of these feelings. And while I had tons of fun at the convention, it was mostly because
Hold on a second. Well, we got people wilding out in the chat. Mods. Can we get a look at this? We got some crazy stuff. Got some crazy people. Okay. Chill. Okay. Okay.
because of the people I met and got to know, not because of 14 itself. So imagine my surprise when all the other content creators I met were telling me that 2023's North America Fan Festival was a complete joke compared to the other conventions and previous fan fests.
Hold on. I need a second. Okay. Sorry about that. Jesus Christ.
And while I had tons of fun at the convention,
I got
subscribed
distracted by chat
because
slumming.
I believed in the developers.
Okay.
To
Back
that
on
end,
track.
I was hoping that finally attending the Final Fantasy XIV Fan Festival in 2023 would get rid of some of these feelings. And while I had tons of fun at the convention, it was mostly because of the people I met and got to know, not because of 14 itself. So imagine my surprise when all the other content creators I met were telling me that 2023's North America Fan Festival was a complete joke compared to the other conventions and previous fan fests. Between the convention and how I felt about 14 at the moment, it felt like development and improvement from the studio had become
Oh yeah. I wasn't there. I went to EU one. And I heard nothing but horror stories coming out of the NA FanFest. This is actually a good thing to bring up in this video. That's like looking over the years of times when you tilt your head like, what the hell? That was definitely a cluster that happened. I interviewed some people about it. Yeah. It was a fiasco. NA was scuffed as fuck. Like there was security issues. The people who needed ADA seating were like that seating wasn't enforced, policed, or respected at all, which led to a dangerous situation for those people. It was like very, very poorly organized. It was mismanaged. People were just sneaking in and out without anybody checking if they were supposed to be there or not. It was a disaster. I will never go to an NA fan fest, I think. I will always just go to the EU one instead, because EU definitely had this shit together, and all the things I heard from people at NA, it was scary. I would not go there.
an afterthought. So when the Job Actions trailer came around for Dawntrail, I felt nothing. In fact, I felt worse than nothing. I was angry because even then I could tell we were losing even more abilities in what I felt was an already boring job system. And honestly, the straw that finally broke the camel's back, the thing that made me finally want to make a video like this, was the announcement of that dumb mobile game. The content in
Oh
this
my
MMO is
God.
starting to feel like an afterthought, and suddenly they're advertising a mobile game. You've got to be kidding me. I understand that the mobile game was likely
Sorry to laugh. 1.0 player who played Realm Reborn, this is playing all these years. This is it for you. This is the straw that broke the camel's back, finally. Seeing everything get fixed for the mobile game. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. Don't you have a phone?
Not made by CBU3, and that the game itself is more for the booming mobile market of China and Japan, but that still didn't stop me from feeling incredibly annoyed.
Right? It's a little annoying. Oh, by the way, they're getting a glamour collection log. They're not gonna have any lag. They're gonna have a working social system with like good friend features. They have amazing UI. Yeah, basically everything you wanted. They're gonna put over there in mobile game. They'll have you know, a blacklist feature and security that will probably work for you.
So now we arrive at my current thoughts and feelings on Final Fantasy XIV. Do I think
Chat
the
bubbles.
game is worth playing? Of course I do.
Yes.
If this is your
Aaron
first time
Bill's about to
watching one
roll
of
up.
my videos and you're
Oh.
still on the fence about
What a perfect time to ask that question. Are you fucking kidding me? It's the only game with bunny boys in it. And by the way, that includes the mobile game, which doesn't have bunny boys in it yet. Okay, so I don't give a shit about it until they do that. Then we can hop over. For now, it is what it is. Okay? Here's where we're at. This is the one with bunnies.
trying this game, I encourage you to play it for yourself. The free trial is shockingly generous. In fact, I wouldn't have made hundreds of lore videos for this MMO if I didn't love it. So where does my love for the game
Excuse me? But you've said some negative things in this video. And it seems like you've got a big problem with the way they're doing things now. So, sounds to me like you're not a real fan, after all. Sounds to me like you're just a hater. The cult is already on their way to silence this. That what you're saying, you know, you say you love the game, but that doesn't make any sense if you said something needs to be improved with it. You can only love it if you acknowledge that it is perfect. There are no flaws at all. You're being a doomer right now, and I don't appreciate it.
my disappointment. Currently, I feel the developers of Final Fantasy XIV have lost sight of what makes an MMO unique. The hyper-focus on single-player content, oversimplified gameplay, and lack of community-driven events, in my own opinion, has caused the game's engine to stall. I'm not the first content creator to ask Square Enix who they're making all these radical changes to the game for, and now I'm adding my voice to the confusion. If players really have been asking for these changes, then I'd like to see receipts. How many players have been asking, and where are those players coming from? I want to see the data. Because ultimately I don't know what's to blame here, and I feel like I'm grasping at straws. If I had to guess, either the developers are listening to a very small niche section of the community that they need to stop listening to exclusively, or these are corporate decisions and they're simply saying that the player base asked for them. So perhaps it's time to
I don't
take
know.
a step back and reevaluate the current direction of the game. This isn't a knock against the developers.
I kind of do feel like they are listening too much to a really vocal minority in a lot of cases. And a reason I feel that way is because in interviews leading up to Dawntrail, Yoshi P talked quite a bit about, especially in regards to their improvements of the battle system and their philosophy that's gone into that. He acknowledged that the dev team had been dealing with fear and worry about how players would react to various changes that they were implementing into the game, and that it had actually hurt their creative process, and that with Dawntrail, they wanted to make an effort to stop worrying so much about what players were going to say and start trusting their own creative impulses more when it comes to the battle content. But I believe that this is a problem that has affected not just the battle content, but all of the content in the game. Obviously, if it affects one department, it's probably something that's affecting all the departments, and we can see that. I mean, the proof is in the pudding way, with changes coming that people, feel like nobody asked for. And of course, there is always going to be a push and pull between players asking for things to be a little bit easier, a little bit smoother, and things getting so out of hand that they're too smooth and it's boring, right? This is something that it's very difficult to gauge, but I feel like we had hit kind of a sweet spot with it in Stormblood. I do. Like the jobs were different enough and difficult enough to be engaging, but it wasn't just as samey as we've gotten today. So I feel like Heavensward, Stormblood, we were kind of like in that right mode, and then there's some kind of a shift that happened afterwards where we've had this big push towards streamlining things and homogenizing things, and we need to go maybe dial it back a bit and reintroduce some fun complexity. That doesn't mean TP, okay? It means stuff like astrology being as different as it was. Okay.
Every MMO has seen its low points, and the fact that it took 10 years of playing for me to want to speak up should assert that I've mostly been happy with it up until this point. Now that I've addressed my current feelings, allow me to address the two things I personally want to see in the future of Final Fantasy XIV.
Okay.
Firstly, I want to see a return of content that takes advantage of the fact that this is an MMO. I remember back during the days of A Realm Reborn when players would notice the shroud changing colors and everybody would get super excited to hunt for Odin together. But open world activities like that don't feel as special anymore. If you've ever been in a hunt train before...
Yeah, hunt train is what we have now. And it's really brain dead. I mean, it's fine. It's good for capping tomes, but it's really, really, really brain dead. I wasn't there when people were doing Odin. I didn't do that when it was current, but was Odin a difficult boss to kill together? Chat. Buns who were there, how was Odin to fight? Was Odin like a Guild Wars 2 style boss? Open world boss? FXV has been the same since 2.0. Nothing major really changes. While many things have been the same, many important things have changed drastically. Specifically job design and encounter design around those jobs. But there's a lot of things that didn't change. Okay. He would wipe swaths of people. What? He would often wipe everyone. I did not know that. I actually did not know that about Odin. Hard, not really. Dangerous and engaging, yes. So it was fun to do. Odin was sort of like the current rare fates we get 2 of per expansion. But was Odin a boss where you fight it a couple of times like you do with Super Fates now and you get your shit and you're done forever? Or was there any other reason to do it? Because I feel like that is a recurring issue. At 50% HP, he would enter Zen Tensuken, and at this point, you needed to burn his HP in around 3 minutes. Oh, so it was a DPS check. Interesting. I really think the community, min-maxing, took out the fun of stuff. Hunt monster, do have some mechanics, but they die in 1 second. Well, wouldn't that problem be solved by just the monsters having, like, I don't know, scaling HP depending on the number of people there? Kind of like we get in Rage. DPS check. Did we have some way to tell if we were good enough to beat it? I don't know. I wasn't there. We did in Heaven's Word. Every time a new player joined the raid, his HP would recover 5%, and he gained a stack of damage buff. What? No way. I don't believe you. No way. Is this true? Yes, way? Oh my god. I see. Okay.
Or you've kind of been in all of them, as hunts themselves haven't really innovated ever since Heavensward. All activities with our grand companies seem to have stopped entirely, and the developers have never really experimented with anything like free company-based content.
Right?
Imagine for a moment, my friends, something like a treasure map that's not just for a small party, but for your entire free company to experience together.
Ooh.
Maybe you send
I
different
like
parts
that.
of your FC to handle different tasks before all coming back together for one final challenge. And that's your guild activity for the
Maybe
evening.
guild achievement?
I don't know. I'm just trying to come up with some ideas here. However,
I
I feel that
appreciate it.
solid group or community content has been missing for years now. Heavensward, Stormblood, and Shadowbringers all proved that the development staff has the talent to experiment and push for interesting content that engages their community on a broader stage. I understand not all players enjoyed stuff such as Eureka and Bozia like I did, but at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, it's content. It's something to do, a grind or adventure for you to enjoy at your own leisure.
It is something to do. That's true. But Eureka. If Eureka was really, really a mess at launch. It took them quite a bit of experimenting to get to a point where everybody was happy with it. I honestly do not even know what they're going to do, because apparently the new exploration zone that's coming in supposedly point 2, as the rumor mill suggests, supposed to be inspired by Eureka. And look, if they give us 4 zones like they did with Eureka that are filled with dangerous monsters and are like genuinely are not a total slog to get through, but require a lot of group coordination. I mean, there's potential there. We don't have details about it yet, so we'll see.
Can these forms of content be improved upon? Of course. I'd love to hear what people would have added to something like Eureka.
We're gonna
make it
find
more
out what
fun.
they're gonna do.
But to say that
soon.
Eureka failed completely is also incorrect.
That's not true.
As it not only brought many players together, it also inspired some groups to continue working together on that content for years
They're
after
still
the
doing
fact.
it.
Only an MMO is able to do things like that. We're currently starving for things to do because some people couldn't stop whining about the food. Instead of sending it back to the kitchen every time, why not ask what kind of spices or sauces they might add to make it more palatable? At the end of the day, gaming as a hobby is a time sink, and MMOs are notorious for demanding more of a player's time than most other types of games. So perhaps don't immediately.
Well, okay. At this point, if I bring up problems with the food, people just tell me to go to another restaurant. And they say, you know what's my favorite thing about this restaurant? It helps me go to other restaurants. That's what's so good about it. That's why it's my favorite one. Yeah. It gives me the freedom to do that. And I really respect that I feel free to walk out the door and go eat somewhere else. That's so cool of them to just let me do that anytime. That's cool.
Immediately start groaning when you can't complete something in the
That's what
first
people
day.
say to me.
Reach out to other players, enjoy the content together. MMOs are a massive multiplayer experience, and they should be enjoyed with friends and fellow adventurers. My second proposal is that I'd like to see a return to player choice when it comes to jobs and general gameplay within Final Fantasy XIV. I
Player
personally
choice with
feel that
jobs.
job homogenization, as players call it, was a fundamental mistake. I don't know who started making those demands, but the developers need to stop listening to whoever they are.
Yeah.
Another content creator told me something a while back that I believe was quite profound. He told me that jobs were more complex at level 60 than they are at level 100. And he's not wrong. It feels as if things like
That is definitely true. Before the summoner rework, I spent like weeks, maybe a month, practicing and memorizing the summoner 2-minute rotation on a target dummy. And I did fucking learn it. I memorized it. I knew it like the back of my hand. I literally studied that shit. And as soon as I finished learning it, they announced the rework. They said, well, we are completely changing it. Completely. It won't be recognizable anymore. And I went and tried it at the media tour. And do you know, it took me 1 minute to learn Summoner at that time. So it took me a month to learn it before that. And it took me maybe 30 seconds, a minute to learn it when I first tried it in the new version. Now, should there be a gigantic barrier to entry to learning a job? Probably not. But should there be a little more to it than, matching colors? Probably too.
the 2-minute meta has strangled any kind of creativity or choice out of 14 when it comes to jobs and gameplay. We currently have 21 jobs as of Dawntrail, but what's the point of having 21 jobs if the things that makes them different aren't respected? Take Dark Knight, for example, my favorite
Dark
job.
Knight!
I have never hid the fact that I hate the removal of plunge. Because it's not just the
They
removal.
really got rid of... Men! They were so wrong for that. I'm also upset about this because it was so thematic. It was so fucking cool. Man, I forgot about that. Now you reminded me.
Removal of plunge that annoys me. It's simply the most recent removal. I lost Dark Arts, which once changed how my skills behaved. Now there's nothing dynamic about my skills. I lost the ability to place Salted Earth wherever I want because someone, somewhere, isn't good with controls. I lost abilities when Abyssal Drain and Carven Spit were given the same cooldown, despite the fact that they had completely different effects at the time. And then, Dark Knight lost the magical tank status when Paladins kept complaining that they couldn't block magic with their shields. Which they do now. I'll stop there. But suffice to say, Dark Knight now isn't the job I originally loved. And I didn't...
Yeah, it really did. It used to have this identity as, like, Spellbreaker almost. And I remember feeling so cool in Alexander being I'm like, oh, is that magical damage? Oh. You know who to call then. Me, the expert at handling the magical damage, because I'm a fucking Spellbreaker magical tank with the mana bar. Alright? It felt awesome. Those kinds of things make you feel like every job was doing something a little different.
Ask for any of this.
Love that.
To that end, I offer my second proposal. Why not give the player some kind of choice in the matter instead of simply forcing everyone to play the exact same way?
right?
If someone can't place Salted Earth to save their life, then sure, give them the option to cast on character. But let me still have the choice to be able to place my Salted Earth wherever I want. If someone isn't good enough at the game to weave skills like plunge into their rotation, then give them the option to move abilities around and play a different way. But
There should be, as Vanny in the chat pointed out, and I agree, easy jobs and hard jobs in the game. That's the choice you have because you play a character that can literally learn every fucking job in the game. So, doesn't it make sense that since you can learn every single job on one character, that some should be easy options and some should be a little bit more advanced options for you? To me, that makes complete sense, and it's the way that things were for some time.
don't take away my skills just because someone else spends way too much time staring at FF logs. And don't worry, I know that Dark Knight isn't the only victim here. A lot of healer mains are bored out of their minds hitting the same dot and damage button over and over and over again. Heck, one of my buddies is a summoner main.
God. White mage. Man. After playing some other MMOs and having a damage kit as a healer that's interesting and cool with lots of buttons and different things to press for different situations that includes damage buffs and healing, like that I can use in any dungeon anywhere I want to. Coming to FF14, I've played White Mage and being in a situation where I just can only press glare and dot or holy spam. God, it feels really, really bad. Okay, like the healer damage rotation is totally unacceptable in its current state. Like, literally, if you don't agree, just play any other game, please, God. Like, play another game where you can play a healer and then come back to me and we can talk about it. But this is, at level 100, you should have more than 2 buttons that you can press. I don't think this is a controversial statement at all.
And he's still pissed
Oh,
that
you have ass size.
Carbuncle doesn't
Never mind, that's
do
true.
anything anymore. It just stands there like a lobotomized rat. And as a lore channel, I can tell you with 100% confidence that you've not seen even half of what your favorite jobs are truly capable of. So why not ask the developers for more instead of less?
Because that's rude. And it means you are being negative. Okay? How dare you hold the game to a high standard when you are supposed to just accept it the way things are right now because they're good. That's how you know you like it. You're being a hater right now by asking for things. You're being entitled, actually, to expect things besides what you're given, okay? Why don't you just be happy the way things are?
The biggest reason job design or job options are important to me is because this is a very combat-heavy game. If you're not raiding, you're using combat to clear dungeons, fates, field operations, and just to explore the world. Jobs need to be fun to play in all forms of content and not just built around the design of endgame or oversimplified for super casual players. There needs to be a system that meets both in the middle.
Yeah.
And before someone starts complaining about balance or the meta, let me say, there will always be a meta. Gameplay will never be perfectly balanced. Even now, in Final Fantasy XIV's current homogenized state, you've got players complaining constantly that Pictomancer does too much damage.
It does.
The jobs have been balanced to the point of being mundane, and some people are still complaining even now.
I mean, it was a
I
shitload
personally
of
don't
damage.
get it. So,
That's a
I'll say
shitload of
this.
damage.
let's not balance all the skills and spells purely around the 2-minute meta and things like ultimate trials. Instead of making new jobs for an expansion or two,
To be fair, Pictomancer is less homogenized than other jobs. That is true. I think that is true. And they don't really know how to handle it. That's clear. But I'm sure they'll fix it in 8.0. They said they'll do the yeah, they'll do the job balancing and stuff in 8.0. Man. But I mean, look, with nostalgia, we look back on times like when Dark Knight was a true magical tank and had, mana management, and it was definitely not homogenized. Everything was kind of more different, had a unique identity more. And guess what? I played Dark Knight at the time, and as I said, you could not compete with a warrior for damage. No shot, no way, no how. You're gonna be sweating bullets, you're gonna be fighting for your life, you're gonna be playing as well as you can, and you just can't compete with a warrior face rolling the keyboard. And by the way, I also played a paladin. That was actually my first level 60. And my god. At the time, your paladin sword, it was basically a wet noodle. Do you know I needed my chocobo to help me kill shit in fates? Because I couldn't do... I was trying to do leave quests, and I always have my chocobo buddy backing me up because goddamn, the damage was so bad. Meanwhile, warrior is just shitting over everything that it looks at. Okay, so the balance was not good, but things were kind of crazy and different. So, I mean, do we have to have one way or the other? Like, can we have maybe a decent balance and some less homogenized jobs? I believe this is possible in a modern game. Do I think it will be perfectly balanced? No, doesn't have to be. But I think general ballpark might be possible. Yes.
let's allow creativity to breathe and give Final
People
Fantasy
says
14's
bottom line,
gameplay
we all have
some
bottoms and those bottoms have a line.
True.
much needed choices. I'm not asking for confusing skill trees, but even Final Fantasy XI had sub-jobs to help spice things up. I want to see Final Fantasy
I didn't know
XIV
that.
add something to their job system to spice things up in its own unique way.
Sub-jobs?
And I feel that starts with giving players some kind of choice. Because choosing between 21 jobs doesn't matter if the thing you loved about that job is removed in the very next expansion. So long as a job can clear content, that should be all that matters. Beyond that, it's up to player skill to make things work. And if content is too hard to clear, then maybe the developers made the DPS windows too tight again. I'm looking at you, Alexander Series. You know exactly what you did, Pepsi Man, and I have many stories involving the raid groups that you destroyed, buddy. Honestly, I'm glad I wasn't raid leading at that time. Oddly planned is the nicest way for me to describe a lot of the raid content in Heaven's Word.
Man, I joined immediately after that tier. Yeah. So basically, I started raiding at a time when people were so burnt out from raiding. Like, did not want to do it at all. I'm like, hey guys, I see everyone's really, all the statics are dissolved and nobody wants to do this anymore. I'm making a new static right now. Let's go hard. I had like no idea how bad things had been.
But honestly, that's all I want at the moment from the team over at Creative Business Unit 3 right now. Sure, there are other things I could go into, but if these two things alone were addressed, to me, that would be enough for now. Like I said, when it came to A Realm Reborn, they did the impossible. So I know that under the right circumstances, they have the creativity to wow me with something spectacular.
I believe this too.
As for now, I'll keep making lore content as I usually do, but with things being as they currently are, I felt like getting this off my chest. So I thank you
Wow.
for bearing with me. But just like I stated at the beginning, don't forget to let me know your thoughts as well. I know this isn't my usual type of content, but if you enjoyed my cadence today, please don't forget
Wow.
to like the video, subscribe.
I cannot believe this. I can't believe that, like, this is a lore channel where you are disappointed with the trajectory of the game. You spent 30 minutes talking about, and you didn't even get started talking about Dawntrail story. That is a bit concerning for me. Yes. Like, this is a fantastic watch. It was very honest, and it was an interesting look back on your journey as someone who started in 1.0 and has seen all the changes of the game over the years. Like, you pointed out things that I didn't really even know about, like Odin being a very engaging and cool world boss that's different than the hunt bosses that we get today. You pointed out the fact that a lot of these old systems have never been innovated on or improved upon or enhanced in any way, like free companies, grand companies, or hunts, or, you know, achievements for free companies, or treasure maps that could be different. Like, so many things are just left to kind of rot and stagnate until we get to the state that we're in now. And you talked about, you know, jobs. I can relate very much to your Dark Knight struggle as someone who loved the state of Dark Knight and Heavensward. And it's crazy that there's so much to say about the trajectory without even really getting into the story discussion. That is like, I don't know. There is so much that has to be said, and this is the time for people like you to be open and honest. Another thing I really appreciated, by the way, you giving some constructive solutions, some ideas of things you would like to see, and you're hopeful about the future too. I really appreciate that. I think you've shared your thoughts in a respectful way, and it's not doomium. You know, it's not like you're not raging or anything like that. It's just like, hey, I'm a player. Here's the changes I've seen. Here's some changes I'd like to see. And I think this is absolutely the way that we need to be sharing feedback. So thank you for sharing your thoughts in this way.
Subscribe to the
Let me
channel
finish listening
and
to it.
join me
Rest of
as
the
I
video.
cover even more lore content in the future.
It was a really, really
But
good
as always,
watch.
I thank you all very much for your time, and I look forward to seeing what else Dawntrail
Very
has in
good
store for
video.
us in the future. But until that day comes, stay safe, my friends.
Nice.
Thank you all for watching. If you enjoy my content,
I care more about these things than the story. The story is like 2 weeks or less in a year. Expansion content is 2 entire years. Well, that's what I was trying to say in Endwalker patches.
it would mean the world to me if I had earned you as a subscriber. We are currently on the road to 50k, and I'd love to have you as
Okay.
part of that journey. I'd also like to take this time to thank my amazing Patreon supporters.
Here is the
Nanama,
link to
Amina Viltaria,
the
Slippers,
video. Okay. Let me put the link here in the chat so you can go over there, drop a like and a sub for Synodic Scribe. I really appreciate it. Criticizing does not mean we hate the game. We just want to see it do better. Exactly. That's why, you know, there was a couple times in the video when I was being kind of sarcastic. And I was saying some of the things people say to me. Which is like, how dare you criticize this perfect creation from God? Like, people really,
in some ways, Dawntrail's story being a shit show is a good thing because it's opened up many players to the idea that we should constructively share criticism about the game in a way that really isn't possible when the story is fire. Okay? The story being fire makes it very easy to overlook the underlying flaws the game has that desperately need to be fixed because everyone is so distracted by the absolutely phenomenal time that they had in the story. So I hope that the developers can use this time to really listen to players being honest about the state of the gameplay itself and make adjustments before 8.0. This is really, hopefully this will be a learning moment for the game and a time of, growth that can only come from hard lessons being learned. That is my real hope. Game suffers from a stale update formula. Instead of improving stuff now, they always instead want to focus on the next expansion content package that never changes the formula and suffers from it. Yeah, they need to update core systems. Update core systems. Make some things work. Recently, we watched a video from Lamatod that was very, very good about like basic things that should really be fixed. Things you interface with every day. Things like the friends list, social systems, communication across data centers, things that are needed in a modern MMO where we're looking towards the next 10 years of gameplay. And we want this game to continue to compete with the biggest MMOs in the space that are evolving very fast. You know, I don't want to see the game get left behind in the dirt. And that'll happen if people have this toxic positivity about it, where they just act like there's nothing wrong, you know? So, yep. I don't know. Endwalker patch already opened up the overton window a lot. I feel like, yes, it started with Endwalker patches and it continues now. But with Endwalker patches, I think a lot of people are still kind of in a state of denial about it. Because, look, I've been vocally critical of this game since Endwalker patches. And you would not believe the intensely negative response I got from people after my critical Endwalker video. Like, people just losing their goddamn minds completely that I criticized. And now things have definitely changed a lot. Now it seems more people are sharing their opinion in a calm way, which is really good to see. And these people's complaints aren't immediately being pushed under the rug like they were in the past. So I'm glad. I do think that there's some positive things to see here. Yeah. Yeah. But I think at that time with Endwalker, I was trying to sort out my sentimental feelings about the game. And from like, I had a lot of emotions I had to work through at that time. Like, I felt I have such a strong sentimental attachment to the game. And back then, I felt disappointed, angry, sad, upset, devastated, depressed. Like, all these crazy emotions just started crashing into me because I just became really disillusioned. And that was hard to cope with. It took me a very long time to reach a point where, you know, now I feel like I've been through the stages of grief, and now we can talk about things like adults. But for a while, man, that was really, really hard for me to feel like I could separate my emotions from what I'm trying to say. Does that make sense? That was a journey for me, especially since life has been pretty bad. In my personal life, it's been pretty fucking rough since 2022. So So around the same time that I started to notice the game going in a direction I really wasn't okay with, it was also around the same time that my life started to take a nosedive into the fire and burn and crash. And it was just a lot, okay? It's been a lot to fucking handle. Alright, I'm doing my best. Now I'm at a point where I can laugh about the absurdity of life, but I mean, it took a while to get here. Damn. I'm looking forward to a video from you about the lack of content and stagnation of game systems and issues with job design. There is so much to say. There is so much to say, but I'd like to share it in a way that is constructive and isn't just rehashing points, you know? But I am at work on it. You don't say. Yes. Yes, indeed. Let me turn the game music back on. Here. Yeah. I got kicked out of Free Company that was in for 4 years and lost FFX to be friends because I was vocal about my opinion. And last year, they text me saying I was right. What? You were ostracized from your friend group for being vocal about your opinion about the gameplay itself? That is... What the fuck? Okay. Man, that's horrible. That's cult shit. That's cult behavior. Wow. Growth? It's too late, man. You can't trust people like that. That's scary. You can't... You know, I have friends who liked Dawntrail a lot more than I did. But you know what we do? We agree to disagree. Because ultimately, it is a product. And we are consumers spending our money on the product. Okay. I don't get a cut from Square Enix when you subscribe to the game. I don't give a fuck if you subscribe or unsubscribe. Okay, I don't work for them. Why would I be upset if you liked it or don't? Okay, it doesn't have anything to do with me. It's always hard to see something you love change in a way you weren't expecting. Yes, exactly, exactly. But I still love it, and that's why I'm here. For the long haul. It's not just the 2.5 years of mediocrity of Endwalker and Dawntrail, but a lot of the issues with 14 have been here for multiple expansions, and it was largely ignored because of how good the story was. Yes, exactly. You do kind of tank all the bad luck the world can throw at people. That is true. That's fine, though. It builds character. I've been going through character development. Story has always my favorite thing about 14. I would always finish MSQ day 1 of patch, but this time I have not even bothered. Well, you can give it a try and see how long you last, and then report back here. Yes. I would love a video about things that shouldn't change too. Oh, that's interesting. That's an interesting take. Yeah. 14 is so big on community and hanging out with people, so it makes it even harder to leave all your friends when you're not enjoying it anymore. Well, that's a reason we've got guilds going in both games. So this way, well, in 14 and in World of Warcraft. So, you know, we have buns who play 14 together, and it's the same buns in World of Warcraft. It's the same community that are chill with wherever you want to fucking play. It's fine. I think I know Preach's community is the same way with the crawlers. Damn. How dare you say something bad about my favorite game? I mean, I understand the knee-jerk reaction to get defensive over something you love. I do. I really do. Like, if somebody comes in here and says that bunny boys are stupid and ugly, I'll get mad about that. But you know what we do as adults?
I think, okay, breathe. They're wrong. I know this. But I'm just gonna breathe and accept that they are entitled to their opinion. And their wrong opinion. But I won't get upset with them about it. We can still just move on from that topic. I can totally disagree, but I don't understand when people don't want the criticism, when it doesn't take anything away from the game they love. Because a lot of people aren't interested in hearing other opinions. They only want to hear their own opinion echoed back. Because it just feels good to hear it again. And also, I think in general, you kind of have to train yourself to listen to other opinions better. And it's also hard to share an opinion in a way that doesn't come off as aggressive to someone who might not agree. That is something that I've learned the hard way too. If you're trying to share an opinion, you kind of need to be like, not crazy about it. Pack it up with reasons why. Don't try to state it as a fact too. Like, respect other people's point of view on it. It's not that easy when I feel like the internet puts us into echo chambers automatically a lot of the time because of the algorithms. And people don't have a lot of practice talking with people with other viewpoints. And it's not that easy. It's not that easy to do all the time. Did you ever see that really good Shadowbringers video essay on the art of grief? No, I haven't, but you can put it in our React content suggestions in the Discord and we'll look it over. It's possible that I'll watch it. It's not a guarantee. Yeah. I'm from Asia, and WoW isn't really popular, so we don't have guild in both games. Oh no! I wonder what other games. I mean, do y'all play? Let me think. Hey, well, I was thinking other games that I play that are MMOs. I like Elder Scrolls Online. Guild Wars 2. It's pretty good. But maybe Hoyoverse will create an MMO. I think we need a new MMO. Like, really. I think the genre needs a new MMO. I don't think it's an MMO that should, would, or could replace WoW or Final Fantasy XIV. But I do think that we need another big behemoth MMO to enter the space. To shake everybody the fuck up. That's what I think. We need a fresh one, a new one. Modern take on the genre. That's what has to happen. I would love that. Riot MMO, Hoyo MMO, something like that. I would trust Hoyoverse on it. Constructive criticism can be unpleasant to hear, but you can learn much from it, and it helps to improve. I think one thing, and this is a life skill I've had to learn, is learning to recognize your own emotions better. This will save you in so many situations. If you can learn to feel the emotion in your body when you're angry, when you feel the anger bubbling up, when you feel getting tense, when you feel yourself like getting up in arms about something you hear or say, or see, you can start to notice that, train yourself to notice that shit, and train yourself to breathe and stop yourself in that moment. Your life will be 1,000 times better, and it will be much easier to communicate with people after that. This is something that I've had to learn through months of meditation. And I'm not perfect by far, but it definitely helped a lot with, like, before you get carried away with the, oh my god, I'm so mad, you can stop it before and just listen better. by taking a breath. And it is actually a skill you need to train. I don't think that this is something most people know automatically. This is something you actually have to like, work on and be conscious of, and it will improve every relationship in your life. So that you don't see things as an attack. You can like realize, okay, this is coming from this person who has this perspective, and I can feel some compassion for them before I open my mouth. Yeah. Monster Hunter MMO would be fun. You know, I've not played Monster Hunter. What if Square Enix suddenly announced they've been working on a new FF MMO? It would be the funniest shit ever. People would lose their minds. I think it would be horrible for them to announce that, because then the only thing we would hear for the next like 2-3 years would be, oh my god, we didn't get this feature because of the new MMO. Yoshi P's working on that other MMO, so that's why we didn't get this, that, and the other thing. If Yoshi P was so busy with the other MMO. God, I don't want to hear it. Just, if they have another MMO, fucking release it. Don't tell us about it. Just release it. When it's ready, let it out the bag and put bunnies in it. Okay, that's all I ask. This... We need Wildstar to come back, right? Yeah. Blue Protocol was a new MMO and it's dead and buried now. Never made it to the West. True. True. It's very difficult to make an MMO. It's very hard. Learning to understand your own emotions is an OP skill. Unfortunately, people nowadays don't want to understand their emotions. I don't know. I feel like people just need to have that experience once, and then you'll be sold on it. I think that's all. Because I'll tell you a little story. When I started doing the meditation, I learned to, like, in the meditation, it's like guided meditations that I do. And the guy says to breathe through your nose. And I got really used to that feeling of breathing through my nose. Right? And one time I was in a stressful situation and I breathed through my nose and it was so crazy. It just, that sensation of breath in my nose reminded me, it took me back to that place of peace. And I was able to just fucking, like, it felt like unplugging from the Matrix for a second. It was such a wild experience where I felt like I was about to get really upset, but then I felt the breath in my nose and I'm like suddenly detached, but in a good way. And I'm like, it lets you see the situation from another side and have a new perspective on, like, okay, is this really the end of the world right now? What can we really do about this right now? How can't we just be calm now? And it really helped. So I think people just need to experience that one time and you're gonna be sold. You're gonna understand. Think before you speak. That's a new concept. I know, it's not that easy. It is not that easy. I still fuck up all the time, man. I'm a streamer. You think I can think before I speak? I'm trying, but I'm literally talking non-stop, dude. I don't think that much. You think I can think non-stop when I'm talking non-stop? No. No. I just say shit. You should try out World for a run. It's kind of complicated. Once you learn your weapon, feels like a favorite class. Job. Oh, really? Well, you know, right now I'm so busy, Havern. I'm on the hardcore grind at the moment. Yeah, if Hoyoverse is gonna make an MMO, they can't make it pay to win. Look, the MMO can't be pay to win. It's an MMO. But you need to have a sense of fairness. But I don't think it needs to be pay to win to be a financial success. It just has to sell the crap out of those cosmetics. Yeah. Like, could they even make a game that's not a gacha? Would they? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if they would when gachas literally print money for them. At this point, if they announce a new MMO, they'll get a shitstorm. Yes. From the 14 players. Game might be good, but if it's not excellent, a lot of players will refuse to play it. If they announcing a new MMO is literally the worst thing that they could do. Because then everyone would just stop playing FF14. Because what's the point? If all your shit won't matter in like a couple years when everyone moves on to the new MMO. Unless they announce, oh, you can keep all your shit. You can keep all your mounts and stuff. They're not gonna do that. I don't think they're gonna make a new MMO. Personally. What do you think would make an MMO in this current age successful? It would have to be... I really have to think about that, because I don't know. I mean, look at what is working right now. Classic hardcore is really fucking popular right now. And it's a 20-year-old game. So what the hell do I know? Like, the game is so unfriendly to players. It is actively hostile to you, the player. It is against every design principle of a modern MMO now. Which is removing friction. It's all the friction. So, what the hell do players want? I don't know. I'm not a dev. Bro, I don't. I run a meditation center at a uni and am a cognitive psychologist. Wow, that's awesome, Scarbeck. Box breathing is super helpful for giving yourself space to be mindful, which in essence causes you to experience real-time dilation. Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. They announced the same MMO on mobile instead. Oh god. Yes. I think FXCV could benefit from making the world more lethal. I agree. I do think the sense of a dangerous world adds a lot to the experience of the game. Souls-like games reminded players what good suffering is like. True. Elden Ring. MMO. Can you imagine it? Yes. Look, it's a perfect game, okay? Elden Ring is a perfect game. It's simple. I literally only did jump attacks for my entire playthrough. Do you understand this? I only did fucking jump attacks the whole time. Because jump attacks good. Okay, I don't need a complicated class system to have fun. It was so much fun because the world is obviously extremely dangerous. The bosses, I had lots to learn from them, but a good thing that Elden Ring did is let you choose your difficulty. And this allowed me to choose an extremely high difficulty for myself. 'Cause I fucking love suffering. I enjoyed it so much. Yes. Players don't know what they want. True. But they sure know when they don't have it. Julia, that is the truest thing I have ever heard. Correct. Players don't know what they want. But we know when there's a problem. Players are good at pointing out problems. Not good at coming up with solutions, though. In fact, where's the video? I don't know if I'm ever gonna be able to find this video. I'm gonna try to find it. Okay. This is a video from 12 years ago from WoW Krendor about World of Warcraft. But I think about this video all the time because it's 1 minute long. I think about this video all the time because it's what comes to mind when we ask the question, what do players want? What if we just give players whatever they want? Like, do players know what makes a game good? Okay. This is the answer to that question.
Hence Manuk says problem, no IHC. Less than 3, less than 3.
Okay. So, I feel like nothing has ever explained this better than this video, and you're gonna see why right now.
Guys, we're losing subscribers. What should we do?
I have an idea. Let the fans take over. They always say they have the best ideas, right?
That is genius.
Genius.
Okay, everyone, Operation Return WoW to Glory is now in session. I was told there'd be snacks. Well, I was told there'd be snacks too. There will be fruit punch and graham crackers at the end of the meeting. First off, new players, how do we help them? Make the starting zones more exciting. Okay, how do we do that?
Dragons! Loads of dragons all over the place!
Okay, good. What else? Oh, when I start a new character, I'm broke, so let's have a snowball in the starting zone named Moneybags, so people know he's rich, and he hands out free gold to all new players and a level 1 mount.
And more dragons!
And better loading screen tips, like, don't feed the trolls cause they're mean and hurt your feelings, but it's only cause they have sad lives themselves and try to bring others down, but don't let them do that to you, cause you're stronger than that, man. You're stronger than that.
And zombies! Zombie dragons!
Alright, how about PvP?
We will get rid of all battlegrounds aside from old Alterac Valley.
That's an amazing idea. That's really
Amazing.
good. I like that. And what about arenas? Okay, we'll have all the normal arenas, but for the best arena players, add in a super mega death arena with spikes everywhere, and dragons, and trapdoors, and paladins, and... oh wait, that make it unbalanced. And it's in a forest with big trees for cover and fire everywhere with explosions. That's gold, pure gold. Okay,
Gold.
how about PvE? Okay, I got this one. First, get rid of LFG and make it so you have to spend an hour looking for a group only to have people keep leaving it and going AFK, and then have everyone walk to the instance because that's like vanilla WoW, and vanilla is the best. Then you'll need a warlock because he'll have to summon into the group since you two are the only ones that walk to the instance. Then make it so...
Too bad 5-man sucking are for noobs. Let's make WoW intense again. To get
so
into
fucking
raids,
funny.
you'll have to do a 10,000 mob dragon grinding attunement quest to see who is late enough to be qualified for the epic raid. Raids will have 100 people, and if your computer can't handle it, go play Pony Adventure Quest. There will be one dungeon located at Nagrin, the best WoW zone ever, with all the strongest bosses, and the first fight will be Illidan riding Deathwing, and Hogger riding Gammon with fire boulders and lava falling from the sky, and constant poison that reduces healing by 95%, unless you hit the gong that randomly kills half your raid, but
Oh
gets
my
rid
God.
of the debuff for 2 minutes, in which zombie dragons will appear and raise the Lich King.
Honestly, that sounds great. Now that I'm watching it again, I watched this video 12 years ago, and I really feel like it does such a good job of explaining why it's hard to trust players in their opinion about what would make the game good, because we don't know that. The timeless video is timeless. It does sound like an Ultimate in 14 though. Low-key, it does. You're right. Let me give you a link to this very fun video from our friend Krendor. Chef's kiss. There's a link to the video from our Krendor. An oldie but a goodie. Absolute classic. Zep. Yes, I do know the video you're talking about, and it is creepy. That's true. I don't know, though. It's kind of funny, but if staff think their audiences are nothing but a bunch of idiots, why would you even want to play their game? That is a good point. That's a good counterpoint, Lady Riddle. That, yes, obviously we need to have some kind of a dialogue with the devs, but it's up to them to take our good ideas and sort them out from the bad ideas. And ultimately, this is the burden of a leader in any setting. The burden of the leader is knowing when to give people what they want and when to give them what they need. And this is a very difficult call to make a lot of the time. You know, you kind of have to trust your own intuition and judgment in a lot of cases. This is like an issue a parent faces. It's the issue that a leader of a nation faces, if you want to lead with compassion, is how can I listen to them and support their needs while also maintaining the integrity of the game and making our making this still a fun and engaging place to be. Yeah. Yep. With great power comes great responsibility. You can't go too far in either direction, right? If you go too far into only enforcing what you think is best, you're gonna have a situation like Blizzard did in Shadowlands, where they're just they're like, we know you want that, but we're not listening. We think we know best, blah, 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 blah. Right? You're gonna have that situation. But if you go too far in the direction of only listening to what people are complaining about and constantly giving them what they want, you're gonna have a situation like we've gotten to with Final Fantasy XIV, where things get too easy, things get too homogenized, everything's really straight line and efficient and straightforward, and it's samey, and we're not really being engaged. We're not being titillated as much as we could. Okay, it's a very difficult balancing act that devs have, and but that's the job. That's the job they have. You think you want it, but you don't, right? Exactly. You know, and sometimes they're wrong about that. True. It's not an easy call to make. You need balance. Yep. Granted, while I don't like most of the job design of this game so far, stuff like the samurai changes they did in this expansion are fire. And I'm like, how do they manage to do something so good when they do stuff like the Dragoon changes? I'll tell you how. It's because different people work on those different teams. Basically, different people are assigned to those different tasks. And so you can have a lot of variation between the quality in some cases. Like, look at our crafting and gathering quests. Apparently they put Ishikawa. I can't believe I'm saying this out loud. I can't believe I'm saying this. They put Ishikawa on the crafting and gathering quest. And not the main story. So they're really good, I've heard. Yeah, I've heard they're great. So yeah. So you might like those. I should probably do them. Yeah. Yeah. When I played my samurai, I was still hitting Kaiten in rotation. Never forget. Never forget. This is one thing that the player base is absolutely never gonna let go of. Yeah. Now I feel I missed out when skipping through them. Yeah, you fucked up. You got used to skipping through Dawntrail and you fucked up. Not to make a new character. Or I guess you could watch it on YouTube. That's an option. Actually, can you do New Game Plus for Crafter Gatherer quests? I don't know. Is that possible? Raids. Yes. But this is not Roll Quest. Is it? Oh no, you can do Stormblood. It only goes up to Stormblood. You can't do it for the new, like... yeah, they don't have it. Yeah, they don't have it anymore. It's only for Stormblood. Yeah. I checked. The FF games are kind of like that in a sense too. When you're experiencing an older branching game and get a linear experience, kind of feels like a step away from what you liked at first. Well, I don't know. I haven't played the older games, so I'm not the one to ask about that. Yeah, I don't know. I've read that she asked to be moved out of the main story quest, but it was a while ago. It seems unlikely because I believe that she is a supervisor. So... And, if it is true, which I don't know, we don't have any way to verify that right now. If it is true, I would imagine maybe she wanted to follow the tradition that had already been established at the company. Because I think, the Heavensward Rider was there for Heavensward and did a supervisory role for Stormblood, and then they moved him on to a different project in Square Enix after that. So maybe she was just following a precedent and not wanting to, like, overstep her bounds. But I feel like when it comes to the writing, we need quality and consistency in the main story quests. We don't need to be swapping out the writers that are doing an amazing job. Like, if it's working, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Okay? Like, we should keep people doing the things they're great at and keep them doing that. You know, it's not like we don't swap out Soken every other expansion because we need somebody else to do. That would be crazy. We need the same people making the great product that they're good at it. Yeah. Yeah. Dawntrail itself, in terms of the content, has been very good. Just, I feel the actual release schedule was somewhat mismanaged. We're basically mostly hardcore focused content at the moment with the raid, ultimate, and now chaotic. Right, exactly. And so if you're not interested in the hardcore, like, high-end content, then you might feel a little alienated at the moment, which is an issue. That is an issue. They front-loaded high-end content very much. And I don't think it was a good call at the beginning of an expansion. I think they should have started out strong with the exploration zone, but I have a feeling like it wasn't right. Maybe they wanted more time to work on the exploration zone. And point 2 might be the fastest they could possibly get it out. Yep. I would look forward to the Riot MMO. I would love to see a new MMO. Shake up the space. We need a thriving MMO genre. I want that very, very much. Yeah. Did Ishikawa want a break? Having to do the MSQ must be a lot of work. I bet it is, but I don't know if that is true that she wanted a break. I haven't heard that anywhere, and I don't know if that's accurate. Yeah. Moving Ishikawa to side content is like using an F1 car for food delivery.
I had tears streaming down my face earlier at your Bellular video. I wish I'd been watching when you were and I could have explained squeaky bum time.
Oh no!
Smiley face.
Oh no! The squeaky bum time! Space Cadetric, thank you for the 35-month resub. Yes, that was a whole ordeal the other day. I was watching a Bellular video, and in the middle of it, he's like, you know what this is like? It's like squeaky bum time. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? You can't just say something like that and drop that on me and move on. What does that mean? Is that like farts? It was hilarious. I had to ask my British friends what the fuck that meant. Yeah. And I asked Preach. Preach said that he didn't know about it, but he's northern. So he only knows about gravy and mining. He said that. He also said that in the north, their bums don't squeak. They just roar. So they don't have squeaky bum time. In the north. Yeah, that's what I learned. Josh Drive Hayes knew what squeaky bum time was though, so apparently they have that. Yeah. So, do you think FF14 would last up to 10.0? Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, absolutely. If so, how are they gonna balance all the past expansions? I doubt people are gonna want to level through all those expansions to catch up. They won't want to, but they will. Well, you know what they'll do? They'll just they'll buy a skip. They'll sell more skips that way. Yeah. People just buy Dawntrail skips. And then, oh god, but if you buy Dawntrail skip, you miss Endwalker and Shadowbringers. But it'll definitely keep going. The game isn't dead, or it's not going to die soon. It will continue lumbering forward, no matter what. And maybe it will lose players if they don't course correct. But if that happens, basically only the most dedicated, rabid people will be left. The people who refuse to acknowledge any kind of problem. Those are the people that will be left. And they'll be happy about that. Because they'll be like, finally, all those complainers are finally gone. So that's what... that's the worst case scenario. The game has less people playing that will complain. Which is actually a best case scenario in many people's eyes that I've seen. Hopefully it doesn't come to that, and we have positive changes occur. But I would like to see it thrive and like have a big success. Not hemorrhage players over time. Ideally have a good, better player retention in the future. I would like to see that too. And I do think it's possible. Hey gamers, did they ever add the last role quest? They sure did. Yes, I believe it is in the game now, so you can do it. I've heard it's good too. Someone told me it's worth doing the meta role quest, but I have not enjoyed the first role quest I did, so I don't think I'm gonna do it. I'm not gonna go through 4 other role quests to get to the good role quest. I'm not doing that. No. Maybe I'll try one other, and if it's also like rough, I'll just not. I think that would be the limit of my optimism. Yes. WoW gives you the option to pick the expansion you want to level in. It does, but I don't think that system would work in Final Fantasy XIV very well, because this game has a story that's linear and connected. WoW's story tends to be, like, those expansion stories tend to be more self-contained, so it's a little easier to bounce around. With 14, it's like, this happened, then this happened, then this happened, then this happened. And so it's like one continuous story, and that's why a Dawntrail's new start felt natural, but Yoshi-P refuses to do it because he says the story is very important. And you can really see that, how much they value the story. Yeah. He says very important. It's... The healer role quest completely killed my interest in watching the other role quest. Yeah, I did the tank one, and it was not great. And I've heard that they're all kind of not it as well. Try physical range. Maybe. Maybe. Okay, well. It is 4 o'clock. I would really like to maybe get a little bit of leveling in for hardcore. So I think I might switch gears here. Let me... Yes. I'm almost 32. Yeah, I might... Yeah. I'm gonna swap over. Hi. Because, we've been chatting for 4 hours. Bye. Okay. Oh, that's the wrong account. Okay. Let's hop into hardcore and get some leveling. Buy game, buy sub, buy story skip. Now you can play. I think, basically, I actually think they're never going to add a skip, like a natural skip for you, like a new starting point. They're never going to do that. And they will expect you to play through like 1,000 hours of story first. I think they're not going to let up on it ever. And they will literally tell you to buy a skip if you don't like it. That's what I think. Because we really pressured Yoshi P about it before Dawntrail, and it seemed they have made the decision against it. The issue with the role quest is I feel that because the stakes are lower, means the nature of the quest should also be super lighthearted and silly. It can still be serious and not goofy. Look, a lot of us have seen anime, and we have seen some silly and goofy and lighthearted anime that still can have emotional, compelling moments. This is possible. Happens all the time in anime. But it's about the writing. You know, you just have to have it. It takes some quality writing to pull that off. It's possible, but... There's no sound in the game. Yeah, there's none yet. Just, let me fix it once I'm in the game. Zepla's the best tank, because if you die, you can blame her, and she accepts it. Even if it was your fault. That is true. I will assume it was indeed my fault. Yeah. Yes, that's correct. I'll just be like, well... Pretty sure I probably had something to do with it. Okay. As you can see, I am level 31, and I'm very, very close to a level. I have got a new hat, which looks kind of bad. There is no glamour in this game. Ooh, what you got? Thank you for the belt. Here's some leather I found. And a lovely flower. Oh, that's so nice. That's so kind. It's a little flower for me. And it's a... Wow. Oh, sweet. Well, I'm not going to pick this up yet. I'm going to use this as storage space. Thanks, Mon. I like sending out stuff to people in the guild. What? You accidentally sent me some money instead of asking for it, man. Oh, really? I didn't know that. I sent an axe. I sent an axe as a COD, I thought. Thank you for the money. That's embarrassing, man. Okay. Where's the music? Let's get it. I have 20 minutes left on Rend. And I have some options at level 31. I did Shimmering Flats already. And I can go to Desolus. Or that's it. Oh, there's some quests over here. Baron Aquanus? What's that? Isn't that in BFD? Isn't that in the dungeon? Yeah, I'm not doing that shit. I'm not crazy. I could go do the Alliance Relations quest. Music is loud? What? Okay, how about now? Is that better? Why is it so loud? That's really weird. I know why. I know why. Okay, I fixed it. There was actually a echo that was doubling the sound. Sorry. I fixed it. Okay, what about now? Is that better? Sorry about that. Hey! Happy Tunes Shiva, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate that. Welcome in. Thank you, thank you. Hi. They were beating that drum. Yes, they were. Okay, let's leave and go to...
Let me ask you a question.
Oh, you have a question for me?
And be honest.
Banana. No banana, but what about papaya? Papaya, 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 papaya. That's a good song. That's a good one. Welcome in, Raiders. Where should I go? Northern Stranglethorn? Good idea. Yes, that's where I should go. Okay. I need to get up really quick though. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Yeah. I noticed you've had some squeaky bum time in the chat. AKA bunarchy, which you know is definitely
Mute.
not allowed. It's not allowed to do that. Therefore, what does a bee use to brush his hair? A honeycomb. How does a penguin build his house? It glues it together. Uh-huh. Yes. Hi, Megatron. Good. Ouch. Ooh, bird's leap.
Ooh, I don't like that.
Wow, you should have thought about it before you put a bunarchy in the child. You know you're not supposed to be bunarchin'. Okay? But you're doing it anyway because you
haven't
don't
lived
know
until
better.
you've looked down on the world from the back of
And
a
I gotta
wind rider.
teach you, apparently. We're going to Stranglethorn Vale, right?
It says what animal has more lives than a cat? Frogs. They croak every night.
Thank you, Optimus Prime.
I don't deserve a punishment. I didn't do any bunarchy. I don't deserve that. Hmm? Someone just died at level 36. That's scary. Are these Dixie Cup jokes? I don't know. Just because you have bunarchy emotes doesn't mean you should use them. Okay? There's a time and a place for bunarchy. And that's not it. Yeah. Is this a wafer? Yes. I got these wafers from Costco and they're really good. Yeah, I love Costco. I talk about Costco every day. They're really tasty. They're called Rip Van wafers. I thought I'd try them out. And they are low sugar, but they're very delicious. It's like 120 calories or something on one of those suckers. No. Which add-on do you use for your player frame and action bars? Well, for my action bars, I use Bartender. And for my player frame and the target frame, I am using Pitbull. In Classic, because we don't have edit mode and I don't have the Blizzard raid frames and stuff, I use I actually have 2 add-ons installed for my party and raid frames, which is weird and not a good idea, probably. I have Grid. I guess I'm testing both to see which one I like better. I have Grid and I have Aptechka. Aptechka is pretty good, I think, because it's already set up. Like, it's good to go out the box. That's what's good about it. You don't have to do any... Oh my god, the boat's here! The boat's here! The boat's here! Will I make it? Oh, wait. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Made it. Cool. Cool and good. Ah. But right, Aptechka. So I have to personally, if I'm healing, usually I need to see what debuffs and buffs are on the party members and what HOTS or whatever is on the party, and I find that these kinds of frames work really well for that. Can you even see that, or is that off screen? I think you can see it. It's that Petchka. Right there. Mm-hmm. Oh my god. Last words are so fun. I'm dead too. In Scarlet Monastery. F. Did we have any other deaths in Scarlet Monastery? Or was it just one? Someone drowned, too. Ah! What's up? You're going to Southern Stranglethorn. You're gonna die. What? Can't I just... well, I planned on just running up there. Is that a bad idea? I planned on just running from Booty Bay. Will I die doing this? Or can I live? Is that a very dangerous plan? I was thinking of stealthing. Yes! Oh. What should I do then? Because I'm not used to playing Horde, so I actually have no idea how to get there safely. It's very risky. Huh, almost fell. God, this is so sketch. I mean, I'm 31. Let me ask the general chat. Take the Zeppelin. Oh! Oh! There's a Zeppelin to Gromgal! Oh my god. I forgot that existed. Because I play Alliance. Oh, okay. Yeah. That makes sense. I should get back on the boat then. Y'all are... You just saved my ass. Because I was absolutely gonna stealth all the way. That was my plan. Yeah. Do it. More content. If I die, there will be no more content. Because I'll be dead. So, in terms of content, survival is best. Yes. Let's back on the boat. Mm-hmm. Good idea. Maybe when I'm in Orgrimmar, there'll be another rend buff, because mine's 7 minutes left on it. I'm hooked up on these fucking buffs, man. When's the next one? 1 hour? 2 hour? There's none soon. They can't drop a buff if it's on cooldown on every layer, huh? Isn't that how that works? Hey, I've been trying to work on my Jamaican accent. Yeah. Yeah, man. We've been working on my Jamaican language. When can we be expecting the buff on? Bring the buff. I've been trying to watch the Jamaican YouTuber to learn how to talk with the Jamaican accent. It's really cool, actually. I'm learning some stuff, like new words. Have you died yet? Not on Horde. This is my first character for Horde. I have not died. I'm alive. Yes, but I'm very safe. Watch side quests. You will learn Jamaican accent quick. Quick. I'm working on it. I think I'm getting a little better at it. Okay. Let's go to Orgrimmar. Definitely getting better, man. Yeah, I think I'm getting a little better. I think I'm getting better. Zepla's last words. I play Alliance. Oh my god, I logged into my Alliance character yesterday. And in hardcore, because you know why? Okay, let me tell you a little story. I was questing in the Shimmering Flats on this character last night. And in Thousand Needles. And I cleared out all those quests. But there was a quest that wanted me to kill gazers, these basilisks down south in the bottom part. And I was scared because I use this add-on that tells me in the tooltip, see look, like on this plane strider, it says growl. You know, it says what the enemies do on the tooltip. Okay, so like, it will say, for this tiger, this cat, dash and claw, right? And this is really helpful. But for one of the basilisks that I needed to fight, it said that it did a stun, a 6-second stun, and this can kill you in hardcore. So I got really worried. I'm thinking, how can I avoid this stun? I looked it up on Wowhead, and somebody in the comments said that you could sidestep it, but that didn't seem right to me. And so I'm thinking, how can I check this and not die, but check this monster? So you know what I did? I logged on my level 40 Night Elf Rogue that's on Defias Pillager server on hardcore, and I rode my mount all the way over there to the same freaking mob, the gazer, and I fought it on my Night Elf to see what it does and like if I can do anything about the gaze and if it's lethal. And indeed, I couldn't sidestep it. I guess you need someone else with aggro to sidestep it, obviously. So maybe you could, but I tested it and I found out I could kick it, and kicking does work. Do you realize I went through all of that effort to avoid dying to that mob because I did not have knowledge that I needed about the mob? This is how seriously I take hardcore, okay? I got on that Night Elf who was in Stormwind. I fucking flew to Booty Bay. I took the boat to Ratchet, and then I flew all the way to Gadgetzan, and I rode my mount all the way here to check that one mob to see what it does. And that was very smart, because I found out I could kick. And I survived the quest, and I did the quest because of my fact-finding mission. So I take my survival really seriously. Yes. Sounds like a risky test. It wasn't a risky test because my Night Elf is level 40. My Night Elf had buffs up. Because back then we were allowed to use the buffs. And right now we can use Ren, but we're not allowed to use Onyxia. And my Night Elf was buffed though. And also, she used evasion whenever she was testing. So I thought of everything. I thought of it all of the possibilities. I am extremely risk averse. This is why you haven't caught me in a dungeon yet. But I feel like it's only a matter of time before I end up in one. But I'm still scared. I'm still too scared. Maybe scared, man. Maybe a little scared. A little. I think actually I heard the Jamaican YouTuber I'm watching it. I've been listening to her, and she doesn't say little. She says lickle, like with the K in it, which is kind of neat. Because I think Bomb Somdi does that too. I guess that's how they say that. She'll say, maybe a little scared, like that. And I think that's really neat. I've never heard that before. Yeah, I'm listening. I'm trying to listen and copy what I hear. It's pretty difficult though. Shit. I just tanked RFC. Wow! You are brave. For the first time, no one died. amazing. The game needs more brave tanks, so kudos to you. I wish you a very successful tanking journey, and I strongly recommend, if you're gonna be tanking, you should watch death clips of how people die in the dungeon you are about to tank, and try to figure out what went wrong before you tank it. Because I think this will help more than anything. Oh my god, that's the Zeppelin that I need! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's the one I need. Great. Level 60 died? Yes. Killed in BRD. The worst dungeon in the game. Still. It's horrible. God. I hated it back then, and I hate it today. It sucks. Sidestep doesn't work, but you can just move back away from it. Oh, the gaze? Well, now I know that you can avoid it like that, because I didn't. But I survived. Another day. Another chance to carve their skulls. Thanks for telling me about this Zeppelin. Chat. It's because of you. I will live. The next rend isn't for another hour and a half. Wait, there's one in 16 minutes. Is there really? I really want it. I don't need it, but I do need it. Yes. All right. Stranglethorn Vale, an extremely dangerous zone that I do not feel safe in at all, and you shouldn't ever get comfortable here. Do not underestimate Stranglethorn Vale. I did die in Stranglethorn Vale on Alliance as a rogue. I did. It was from a Blood Scalp Shaman who casts a very, very powerful instant cast fire spell that I couldn't do anything about. I couldn't kick it or anything. It's just instantly a shitload of damage, and I should have... I fucked up though, because I had a close call, which I got away, and then I didn't like stop fighting them. It was too scary, and I just kept at it.
Loktar.
I was just too cocky, I think.
Be safe.
And we can't fall prey to that this time. So this is quests I can't do yet. They're too hard. But I do have a quest here. Is it safe for me to go from here to there? Okay, let me I guess stealth from here to the road. And then... Okay. No. I'm scared. Ooh, we have David's song, one of our troll players has reached level 60. Yay! Hooray! David's song is made it all the way. Okay, so this is a level 36 mob, which is dangerous for me. But I'm just gonna stealth to the road so I can get here. Yeah. And do the Hemet Nessingwary quest. Congrats. Let's go. I did get revenge on the Blood Scout trolls. That is true. But now they'll get revenge on my revenge if I'm not careful. Man, I love stealth. How do people get to the Northern Stranglethorn if they don't have stealth? Like, isn't this sketch as fuck going from Gromgol to the road? The main road? I guess you just, like, drop a target dummy and run like hell. Oh, there's a dead one. Alright. Let's go. So many people dead before even level 10, you know? Voidwalker minion. I think that's actually the most dangerous enemy in Durotar. It's in that cave. Don't go into caves if you can avoid it. Caves are graves. Well, some pretty flowers here. Oh, thanks for the belt. You're welcome. I'm so glad. Widest peepo happy. Oh my god, it's a huge peepo happy. I just took up the entire chat window with my peepo happy. Hey, it was the OnlyFangs person who passed me on the road. Okay. Hammett has changed now. He's no longer a hunter. Yes. I remember seeing him at the anniversary event in Tanaris and how he was like signing autographs and stuff, and now he's like passed the torch to his son and things. Okay, so Moose Fortune in the guild was like, hey, thanks for the belt to my alt. And I said, you're welcome, so glad. Accidentally put a gigantic peepo in the chat. Moose is like, that's a wide peepo. And I said, I didn't think it'd be so big. And that's what she said. I just thought I'd share that with you. I didn't expect it to be so large. You know? It's just a shock. Okay, there are tigers and lions and bears. Better be careful. Level 30 I can kill, no problem, but we're gonna be sneaky and stealthy. Crocodile? Oh, I need to kill that. But I don't have my poisons on, I forgot. Shit. I need poisons. Okay. Carefully. Shh. Shh. Okay. I want to get to the camp and get the quest turned in. See, somebody else is there. Green Samurai.
Great! My package from Coalbeard. Thank you, adventurer. This crate holds special gauge ammunition, and it'll serve us well out in the jungle. Here's your pay, and tell me, how is crusty old Cravel these days? Still up to no good, I'd wager.
Okay. Next quest.
What's up? Master Nesingwary has a big hunt ahead of him. I find helping him prepare for a day in the jungle is much more relaxing than helping him ready for combat, although I do miss some of those glorious moments on the battlefield. Welcome to Stranglethorn. Perhaps you're not aware of this, but that dwarf over there is the one and only Hemet Nessingwary, renowned war hero of the Alliance and master big game hunter. He's not one for welcoming strangers into his camp, but you look like you've seen quite a bit of action in your day, adventurer. Being a veteran of many battles himself, Master Nessingwary has a soft spot for fellow heroes. Go and speak with him. Perhaps he can give you some hunting pointers.
Okay. Welcome to Strangle.
Jolly nice to make your acquaintance,
God.
adventurer. Haven't seen an adventurer around these parts for some time. I situated myself with this expedition for one purpose, to hunt a great and elusive beast. Seeing that you're a hero of sorts, I am willing to let you take part in the hunt, but you must first prove yourself. I shall teach the ways of raptor killing to you. Ajek will train you with tiger hunting, and Sir Erlgadin is a master of panther tracking. Prove your skill, and I'll let you in on the big hunt.
All right.
So, you think your hunting skills are in tip-top shape?
Raptor
I can put them
mastery.
to the test in a jiffy. Head out into that jungle and kill 10 Stranglethorn raptors. We'll see just how much of a big game hunter you are. And no, I won't tell you where you can find them. Locating the beasts is half the challenge.
Don't worry, I'm using Questies, so I know where they're gonna be at.
When I was but a young girl, my father trained me in the art of tiger hunting. You'll find the young felines much easier to track and slay. For this reason, we'll start you out easy. One can often find young tigers near the expedition camp. Test your tracking skills and see if you can hunt some of the beasts down.
If you want to be a part of the hunt with this crack group Hemet has assembled, you're going to need to prove yourself an able panther hunter. We'll start you out easy. Don't you worry. Let's see you kill 10 young panthers to start. Tracking them down is only half the challenge.
Master Nessingwary will be so upset if he finds out. He trusted me to proofread the manuscript of his novel, The
Oh my
Green
God.
Hills of Stranglethorn. Everything was going well, but a large gust of wind blew through the camp and scattered the pages everywhere. I was able to gather most of the pages, but many are still strewn about the jungle. Collect the pages to complete each of the 4 chapters. I will help you organize them. Return the chapters to me once you have all 4.
Okay.
Chapter 1 was quite riveting.
Oh no.
Master
We don't.
Nessingwary sets the backdrop for the story and
Oh
makes
no no.
mention of his
Okay,
chapter.
no, we don't.
chapter
We don't need to hear every chapter. It's okay. We get to hear it when I turn in the quiz. I think it will take quite some time to collect all the chapters for the Green Hills of Stranglethorn. But yeah, I don't need to hear this whole life story about every chapter. That's not necessary. Yeah. I need one more river crocolisk skin. Man, there's nobody else here. I know, it's a little weird. I would expect to normally be fighting people very much for the other mobs, but I'm all by my lonesome for now. But I bet it's gonna be pretty crazy this evening when everybody's home from work on Friday night. It is gonna be insane because man, the game has been so popular. Everywhere I go in the entire world, on every single layer, there has been an insane number of players at all times. And it's kind of a pain in the ass because I usually am not able to do what I'm doing now, which is quest in peace. And like actually find the mobs that I need to kill. Usually it's been really difficult to do that. So I'm gonna enjoy this for as long as I can. Hi! I wonder why they call it a crocolisk instead of a crocodile. Yeah, I wonder. I guess to make it more wowie. You know. Has this always been voiced? Oh no, it's not voiced, it's a mod called voiceover. It's fun. I've noticed that with the dwarf voices, the voiceover tends to be really crazy. It's usually like shouting and just going out of control with dwarf voices, but it is fun because you just heard the "Welcome to Stranglethorn." God, it's hilarious. I often laugh my butt off.
I think that the undead voices are extremely good. And a lot of the orc voices are really good too. Uh-oh. Finally, competition has arrived. But you're level 36. You shouldn't need these. Oh no, you're going straight through. Right. You need the older tigers. Man, I wish I could play a night elf. I miss my night elf so much. I really miss playing Alliance. But maybe after I'm level 60, I can level Alliance character to play with Only Buns, which is on Doomhowl, right? How are y'all doing with the recruitment? Yes. Other people are out enjoying their Friday night, not sitting at home playing WoW. But that is enjoying Friday night. I don't know what you mean. Does it remind you of college, Zep? Yes, in some ways it does, but I did quite a fair bit of both of those things, which was going out and coming home to sit and raid. I've done equal amounts of both, I'd say. I'm weird. I would go to a keg party, come home and raid. But I mean, I was playing mage. It's pretty simple. It wasn't that hard. For many years I've played mage, which meant apparently mage is very, very strong in classic. I think you can't play night elf mage in classic, but it seems like Frostbolt hits like a freaking truck in classic, and you are really squishy, but you're unbelievably powerful on mage here. So it might be fun to try out. It might be fun to do a mage alt. Oh. Hey! I have a quest for ya! Can you hear me, adventurer? I love the enthusiasm though, because they all, the dwarf voices always give like 1000%. Doesn't matter if you're not ready for it, you're gonna get ready by hearing it. Yeah. Ah. Troll is basically the same as Night Elf. It's as close as I could get. I mean, apparently they are related. They're like cousins. The trolls and night elves are related, and apparently Haranir are going to be related to trolls and night elves too, but that hasn't been confirmed anywhere. I haven't seen any panthers. Am I just looking in the wrong way? I need one more young tiger, but they're dead. And somebody else has been here killing them. Look! I didn't kill these. That's what I'm talking about. This is not even that much competition, but there's still gonna be some. Leatherworking. A new rend buff can be dropped now. If I hearth, will I make it? Oh, but look how close I am to leveling. I can't hearth right now. That would be insane. Okay. Okay. As someone who mains a troll, you take that back. I'm not related to any knife ear tree huggers. It's true though. It's true. Are you also gonna learn a Jamaican accent, Zaz? Be learning a Jamaican accent. That wasn't very good. Learning? I don't know.
I am trying. I can already do one. Oh wow, really? Are you already good at it? What I've learned in watching the Jamaican YouTuber I really like is that the Jamaican accent, there's way more to it than just an accent. It's a whole it's a whole different language you can learn with different words and different expressions. It's actually amazing. Like I've learned the expression "bon up," like my money bon up, my money had the money bon up. It means like it burned up. One you watched on stream? No, I think it's a different one. I don't know if I watched her on the stream, but she like teaches it. Oh, look at all these panthers are dead. Damn it. They're all dead. Well, I can go turn in Tiger Mastery. Then maybe by the time I'm back, they'll be back too. I'll go turn this in. Yeah, let me go do that. That'll definitely help me level. Let's go. Yes, it's patois. And the money went bon up. You can also say like, my house bon up. My house burned up. It's cool. She's so cool. I think I'm always gonna be watching her because it's interesting to me. Alright.
Nicely done, adventurer.
Yeah.
You are ready to move on. You are learning, adventurer.
I am
Let us
learning.
test your skills with the mature cats now. Kill 10 Stranglethorn tigers this time out.
Okay. What should I level up? I think I actually have to respec at this point. But Blade Flurry is important. How are you leveling so fast? By no-lifing the game. Literally. For real. Like, I literally not stop playing. I use every free moment and have abandoned all my IRL responsibilities. Oh my god. Yes. Well, not all. I did record 2 videos this week, okay? But after that, I think that I recorded the 2 videos, and then afterward, I leveled still that evening when I was done, and I'm like, shit, I could only get 1.5 levels today because I had to do work earlier today. It was a shit ton. I took a week off and used my vacation time to play, but I feel like when I see you catching up, this stuff gotta be a dream. And I'm actually asleep at work right now. Actually, I grinded out level 30 to 31 from pure mob killing only. No quests. Yesterday. It's true, from 30... No, it was 29 to 30. It was 29 to 30. Yeah. Then I did 30 to 31 in Shimmering Flats. After that. I think it took me maybe 2 or 3 hours of just pure killing mobs without doing anything else. Because first, at level 29, I tried to go to Shimmering Flats. But... Or was it 30 to 31? No, it was 30 to 31. I'm dumb. It was 30 to 31, because now I'm 32. So I did 31 to 32, basically, Shimmering Flats. Yeah, that's right. Because first I went to Shimmering Flats and I was getting my ass kicked. And I thought I need another level. But there's really nowhere else I want to go. So I just started, I just grinded mobs for the entire level here in this area. Oh. There's basically a bunch of dragon-like winged monster guys that you can they have one cast you interrupt and they don't do anything else and they don't run away or call for help or anything. So they were easy to just single target down. And then around there, while you're waiting for those to respawn, there's lions you can kill and hyenas and rock guys. And I just would make a loop. And I did that for like maybe 2 or 3 hours to get a whole level yesterday. And then after that, I went to Shimmering Flats. Yep. No quest, just not mob killing. Yeah, I did that for a whole level, then Shimmering Flats. It's very safe to just kill mobs. Not very glamorous. So. Does anyone want this? No. This? No. No. I called my job and told them I quit. Oh my god. What? Oh, you're just... okay. You're fucking around, I see. Made the right choices. Do a dungeon and take some risks. I will probably end up having to do that at later levels, at high levels. But as of right now, there's no need. It doesn't make sense. Because I'm still leveling very quickly without doing that. So, it doesn't make sense to take a risk needlessly. Now later on, it's gonna be very hard and shitty to level. Because the more you level, the harder it gets. Okay, but yeah, I was so bored grinding mobs for an entire level. It was so boring. I used this add-on called XP to level, and it showed me how many more mobs I needed to kill to get the level, and that helped. And checking like each bar to see, oh, I got another bar, that helped too. But God, I was so bored. I really thought my brain was turning to mush. But I did it. No regrets. Rend could be dropped while I'm here. Couldn't it? No current timer on layer 5. Yeah. There's no one timer you could put it. If you wanted, you could drop it right now. Two videos on OF. I didn't see them. I don't have a what you're referring to, Bunker. Yeah, the videos I make are for youtube.com.tv. They aren't for that other website. Yeah, I can see how you would think that's really hilarious, though. Yeah, that's so funny. Wonder if all the crocodiles and alligators are frozen in Florida. I actually do have some photos of alligators covered in snow, which is wild. I can show them with you. Share them with you in a sec.
Relax.
It's not good for them. As fun as the weather is, It's bad for the environment. Poor gators can't handle it. It's bad for the turtles and gators and everybody. But I think the snow's just about clearing up in my backyard. Okay. You made them for that? No, the videos I made are for my WoW channel, and they're not out yet. I recorded them, but they're not out yet, so just stay tuned to the WoW channel. They're in the process of being made. They're in the editing phase now. Edit, I write it, I record it, and then I send it to the editors.
Stay away from the voodoo.
Okay, this allows me to make more content. Okay, eviscerate. Rank 5. Gouge. Rank 3. And wound poison. I can make, but I think wound poison is not optimal. I haven't hit 60 with a hardcore tune yet. No. The furthest I got was 40. I have 2 level 40 characters that are still alive. Well, I have 139 and 140 on Defias Pillager, and unfortunately, OnlyFangs kind of quit at the point when I got to 40. So sadly, those characters are just sitting there waiting. Yeah. But I haven't made it past 40 yet. Well, I did make it to 47, I think, and I died. So I have experienced death on Alliance side. This is still my first character for Horde. Yes. Okay.
Blood and thunder!
Zepla's WoW realm. Yeah. Zep, if you ever get the chance, try real Jamaican jerk chicken, corn soup, rice, and peas. But since you don't eat red meat, you'd miss curried mutton. But my God, it's my... Yeah, I wouldn't eat that. I don't eat cows or pigs. I don't eat the red meat. Yep. Actual weird story. A girl recently uploaded some machine learning and calculus videos on YouTube and Pornhub while fully clothed and made way more on the lewd site. That's weird. That's not what that's for. I don't know how to feel about that. I don't really like it. Because it's like, is that what you have to do to get attention for this kinds of subjects? Kind of subject matter? I don't really like it. God. I'm gonna make some more poisons before I head back. But what did I just upgrade for level 32? Wound poison. What was the other two? Crap. I don't remember now. Okay, one more. There used to be a guy who only put wholesome content on the hub. I think I remember that. I remember hearing about that. Yeah. 47. I throw my computer out in the snow. It takes so long to level on Classic. Yes. I was absolutely devastated. But I leveled again and then I died at like 42 or 43 in Stranglethorn Vale to Blood Scalp Shaman. So then after that, I leveled again a level 40 rogue, and then I had Altitis, and I got a 40 warrior. But now, OnlyFangs has a rule where we're not allowed to have alts until we reach 60. I think it's 60. Which is a good rule for me. Because... yeah. I have alt problems. I am easily distracted by the allure of an alt. I have these to give away. Do you wanna? Yes. Yes, I want that. That's better than what I have, I think. It's more agility, and it's a little less stamina, but it's kind of better. Okay. Thanks. This one died at 37. Mm-hmm. Didn't you say you have an alliance alt? Well, it's on a different server, and it's okay, because it was from before... it was from our last time we did OnlyFangs together. It's from OnlyFangs 1. So we are... if you did OnlyFangs 1, it's fine. Like, they're not asking us to delete those characters. That's fine to have, so... in a way, I am already kinda having it all. That's true. But I was over there on that server yesterday to do that thing with the basilisk I already told you about. Like, to figure out if that basilisk has an interruptible attack. And as I was on my way over there, I was on the boat to Ratchet. And there was other Alliance people on the boat. And one of them said, "For the Alliance." And somebody else on the boat said, "For Doomhowl," which is the name of the server I'm on right now. Why would they say that? What does that mean? Did they say that because it looked to me like Defias Pillager, that server, seems dead. Like, the way you can tell if a server is dead in hardcore is how many people are dying in the death log. And ever since I started streaming today, you could see there's a shitload of people that have died, right? So... it's because there's a shitload of people playing. But if you're on a server and there's almost nobody in the death log, it means there's not really anybody playing. And there was like maybe 2 people died the entire time. I went all the way from Stormwind, took the boat to Ratchet, and then flew to, like, did the whole thing. Maybe 2 people died in that whole time period that I was online. So Defias Pillager kind of dead. Can I transfer a character from Defias Pillager to this server? Is that allowed? Or not? There is at least less than 1 layer. Yeah. Oh, level 60 died. You're right. Doesn't say how. But you're right. Oh man. Rend is supposed to drop. Right? Layer 5 could be dropped. Rend? Any renders coming before I leave and go to Stranglethorn? Because I just hearthed to level up my skills. Yeah. All this could be seen on Zepla at home. Oh yeah, the Alliance character. I remember that. That was a good time. The Zepla at home streams. But I really don't know what to do with that channel now. Like, at the time, I felt like I needed to separate out the different content from different channels. And now I don't know if that's really necessary. Now I'm just, you know, I'll spend time in one game and then I might swap to another game for a bit.
Alt loophole discovered. Yes, actually. I believe so. That certainly does sound like a loophole. I can take advantage of. Yes. You could do no cam stream when you're doing hardcore in the evening. I've thought about that. I did think about that, but I know myself better. If I'm streaming, I'm going to be talking nonstop. I just can't shut up. Like, if I'm streaming, I'm gonna want to be on camera so you can see my facial expressions. It's hard for me to imagine doing a no cam stream. Really. I get in streaming mode when I'm streaming. Would you stream it on Discord? Well, maybe. I'll think about that. Because another thing is right now, when I'm streaming late, and I'm doing stuff like grinding an entire level, like I did from 30 to 31 the other day. When I'm doing that, I was like watching stuff on the TV right here. There's a TV to my left of the desk, and I just had the TV on, and there's like other noises in the room, and it's like I'm not paying attention. Like, if I'm doing grinding of mobs, I'm not like super... It's not entertaining. Okay, that's what I'm trying to tell you. In fact, it's probably the most boring thing you could ever see in your life. Ever. I'm not zoned in. I'll think about that, though. I do have a feature where I can save the last like 5 minutes of gameplay so that if I happen to die in that situation, I'll still have a recording. I have this shadow play thing going on. I wanted to wait in Orgrimmar for a minute to see if maybe I would get lucky with Rend. And Rend drops soon? No, they're just kidding. Fuck. They lie. I guess anything's possible when you lie. We got Ren dropping soon then? Said someone. Just asked. Well, while we're waiting, let me just check. I wanted to look at... Do we have any more death clips from today? Oh no! This is... I was streaming when this happened. Yesterday. And I was like... Don't fucking die. Stop fucking dying. Remember that? Yeah, I found the clip. I need to watch it. Oh my god, I need to watch it. Oh no. Rengar died to lag. This is horrible because Rengar was on the same level and we were in the same zone. I was in the zone at the time on the other side of the map when this happened. And Rengar was doing AoE farming as a mage. Everything looks fine and normal. This looks totally normal and... Okay.
What? Did I just DC?
What? You DC'd?
What? Did I just DC? What?
You couldn't freeze them.
What? Did I just DC?
Oh my god. Oh my god. One lag spike is all it takes. God.
That's horrible. I feel like this is it's such a scary thing to watch, even when things are going well, to see a mage doing the AoE farming, but it is a really common and a really effective leveling tactic. But I think if I was gonna do it, I wouldn't do it without Rend. For the extra 300 hit points. God, that hurts to watch.
What? Did I just DC?
Yeah, yeah. God, sorry to see that. Damn. Okay. Nagura had a near-death experience, apparently. Too. Which I will look at. So, Nagura is around my level right now.
If this guy would reset, but he doesn't want to reset. Oh, no, I'm dead!
Oh, she's doing the walking treadmill while playing. That's such a good idea. Man, I should do that. I like that idea a lot. Have y'all tried that out? She's on the treadmill while playing. I think it's a good idea. Get some more steps in. Yeah, so you're not completely sedentary all the time, especially as a streamer. We spend so many hours just fucking sitting. Okay.
If this guy would reset, but he doesn't want to reset.
Oh my god, she's so close to dying.
Oh my god!
What the?
Jesus!
How did you live?
Christ, that's God!
Oh my god.
Oh my
I would have a heart attack. If I'm exercising while I do this, I will die. I will literally die.
God!
My body can't take that shit.
Oh my god!
Oh my, how did you live? Like, what the fuck? How did...
Oh no, I'm dead!
Oh my god. It's from the renew?
Oh my god!
Oh my god, I'm
Jesus
scared.
Christ,
Oh my god, oh my
it's
god, oh my god.
done! Oh my goodness! I actually just almost died! Oh
You did
my
almost
god!
die. You
I'm
did
dead.
almost...
I'm actually dead! No, wait, I'm dead!
Oh my god. Oh my god. You know what I would start doing? I think I'd start fucking running on the treadmill. I know myself pretty well. If I'd be getting chased, I'd be like... running fast. You know me. Because I was actually doing this in Elden Ring. I remember I'd be playing, and I'm like a character jumps, but I'm jumping too.
No, I'm actually...
Oh my god, you pulled too many.
Oh my god, I'm actually...
What is going on?
Guys, I'm so dead.
Oh my god.
I don't know where it's from.
I'm so stressed. You
Oh my
don't
god,
have
oh my
to...
god.
How did they reset?
Wait. I don't know what's happening.
How did you... Oh my god. You ran towards the not exit.
Hey Zepla friend.
The
how's
cave
your
is
day?
the other... You're in a cave, basically. You need to find the exit now. It's the complete other side.
I don't know what the mobs are doing.
Oh my god, oh my god. I'm so stressed.
Where'd the warrior go? Wait, this guy just reset as well. Oh my god. Guys, have a life.
This is a divine intervention that has saved your life. Straight up. Like, you are clearly blessed by the gods because that's the only explanation for your survival here. Like, oh my god, oh my god.
Nothing happened.
That was so stressful. It was so stressful. I did this quest, I think, and I think I stayed on the ramp. Yeah. The exit. Oh my god, that was scary. Okay. If the treadmill was your movement, then running might work. Wouldn't that be so fucking hilarious? Is that is that even possible? I have a version of hardcore where I need to, like, it's like a VR. And I have to physically run. So it'd be pure chaos for me. Yes. Playing a priest on hardcore must be really hard. Well, yes and no. Because apparently your wand will hit like a truck as a priest. Vanilla Wafer, thank you so much for the 34-month resub. I appreciate it so much. Thanks. Yeah, I've heard it's very easy, but it's boring and slow. Yeah. Okay, well that was insane to watch. So close to death. Okay. Shortcut. Blackrock Spire. See it? A shortcut, you say?
Could I Featherfall walking down there? I could, right? I could. It would be.
But yeah, I need to do north.
It would be fine. I would land right there, wouldn't I?
I need to like go and burn that painting so I can do in dreams for Nick.
Oh, the live one?
Or yeah.
Oh.
At least you have the shoulders and you have the braces, which are like kind of hard to find.
I mean, that's fine.
UBS chest piece, you'll probably get eventually if you just keep running UBS with like one of the tanks that like UBS. I hate it. Like I don't do UBS.
Can you get out?
You I almost died there once, and no one even reacted.
I think you can get out if you fall.
I was like that pre-heal.
But you need EOE belt, and then you need boots, which is Skullman's, and then you need chest piece from UBS, and then you have like.
Oh my god. Was it worth it? Right. That was so close. It's a shortcut to Brill, I think. Yeah. It's a very quick way back to the starting zone that you might not know about. Just walk. Don't take his skips. Just literally walk. It'll take you much longer to get back there. I promise. Okay. Oh, wait a second. One sec. Did I get my buff? Yeah. Was there a meeting? No. Okay. No. Okay. Did I get my buff? I did not. There is no buff yet. So, fuck it. Let's go. Buffless. To Stranglethorn. Because I can't wait forever. I cannot wait. Does Mage have Feather in hardcore? I don't remember. I think so. I tried hard not to panic and just think, but that's even hard. Yes, that's the other thing you might not be ready for. You could put yourself into a life-threatening situation and panic. You could, like, you can panic and you will, all the plans that you had, of all the escape options you had, all the buttons you could have pressed, all that can fly out the window really easily. Oh, is that one leaving? Uh-huh. I think I just missed, no, it's arriving. You don't know how you're gonna feel in that kind of a situation, if you're gonna lock up or not. Mm-hmm. Okay. On the boat. To Gromgal. Actually... Yeah, okay. Do I like the idea of FXCV hardcore? Yes, of course. Yes, of course I do. Hi. Hello. There is actually one quest I was thinking about doing in 1000 Needles that I haven't done. It's like one of the only quests I have left in 1000 Needles is called Test of Faith. People are telling me that I should do it because it's like it's kind of crazy, and I'll get some XP for it. Do you think I should do that? I don't think it would work at FXV very well. We kind of have something like it with Palace of the Dead, you know, with Deep Dungeon. Try it. I've heard it's a really Monka-esque quest. The Test of Faith quest. Sure, have at it. Yeah, I've heard it's really intense. Maybe I'll go do that first before I do the stuff in Stranglethorn. Oh, I've heard it's interesting. What add-on do you use to track the most dangerous areas on the map? It's called Deathlog, and I should have a video on the WoW channel in a few days that goes into all the add-ons I like using for hardcore. But that particular one is called Deathlog, and it is very important. Oh no, I meant you too, not you toot. I did not mean to write you toot. Yeah. That's embarrassing. You toot. I did not mean to say that. All those beans. Thinking about them beans. We all toot. Even Zepla. Zepla does not toot. I've never tooted. I wouldn't toot. No. Rend will drop in 6. Oh, God! Fuck. My thing's on cooldown, too. It's so annoying. It's about... yeah, dropping. Next one's not for 40 minutes. That's some bullshit. Well, lies. Girls fart. Zepla roars. I don't fart or toot or roar. No. Okay. Mm-mm. Last words. You're alive until you're just suddenly dead. Yes. That's correct. It is like that. That's deep, man. Level 37 dead. In Kalimdor to we don't know what. Is it bad that catching up with my quest backlog in Genshin has me wanting to switch to Evoker so I can Nuvolette beam stuff to death there too? I mean, it makes complete sense. Once you get hooked up on the Nuvolette water beam, it's hard to let go of it. I know that from personal experience. It's very comforting to just have the water beam fire hose all your problems away, so you don't have to think or worry about anything. It's very nice. I hear you. E2. C2 Nuvolette Haver. I know all about it. I love Nuvolette. You playing Classic? Hell yeah. I'm doing Hardcore. This is my Horde run. And so far, so good. But I'm about to do a really crazy quest. And I'm actually, I've heard that it's scary. When did I do my poison quest? God, around like 26, 27. I waited a long time. I waited a long time to do it because I was super scared by the quest text that said that if you do it wrong, he will terminate you. And I'd never done it before. So yeah. I was really not okay with that. Zepla can't toot on stream because hers are so powerful. They would come through the computer. No! That's simply not true. Okay. I think whenever you play WoW, your notification animations go jank. What?
You haven't lived until you've looked down on the world from the back of a Wind Rider.
That's really weird. Are you sure? You mean the little bunny that pops up is like... struggling? I didn't know that. Watch the RL meeting. They're LARPing. MC mechanics. Oh god. Okay, let me see. What the fuck?
Fucking.
He needs the words.
He needs the. Could someone give him the words on phone?
Google Major Domo summon Ragnaros speech.
Yo, keyboard, you're about to die, dog.
Yeah, you gotta die, Joe.
Major Domo speech.
Oh. This is so hype. I can't wait for this.
I'm so executive.
I heard so much legend about this guy, this Ragnaros guy.
There's a lot of non-sweats that are trying to farm it.
It's actually crazy how hard.
So boiling hot. Feel my hands. Ow.
Wow, that hurt a lot.
I can't.
It's really hot out here. We're
That's
worried,
really,
but I got a GFPP.
I'm boiling.
We're about to summon. Ready, check.
It's really hot.
Peter, you're AFK.
You're always AFK. Yeah, we're all dead. Is that
Grabbing
it?
a snack, BRB.
Yeah, but Chance, can you have the megaphone?
Guys, bio.
You take that for now. Just give it to me when you're done. You have to walk in pink word. I'm sorry.
Wait, can I get a stamina buff?
Hello.
No, our priest kind of
Buffs.
Good.
Okay, let's go.
I go now to summon the Lord whose house this is. Should you seek an audience with him, your paltry lives will surely be forfeit. Nevertheless, seek out his lair if you dare. Okay, now Chance has got to say the Ragnaros part, so it really makes sense. Can you Google the Ragnaros part?
That's after.
wait a second.
That's not the part.
on now.
It's after that.
Dialogue.
Tyler would have memorized it, by the way.
It's the part with the too soon executive.
Line.
Oh my god, this is so goofy.
Guys, I can't cast. Am I lagging?
What is a fucking speech?
You summon the flames of Sulfuron.
This is gonna be like a third. This is so dumb. I can't see with my hair either. No, we got it. Someone needs to get it for Chance. Give me the fucking thing.
Speech.
All right. So you summon me. Too soon, Executus.
Thank you.
Too soon. All right. You got a 5-second time before combat starts. We'll see. Hopefully you're all in position.
Okay.
I'm hitting Mary. Keep pumping.
Shut it out of me.
They're just beating the shit out of Soda.
What the fuck, Mary? Mary, you're knocked back. Who's second on threat? Who's second? Miz is second on threat. Oh, we have cat form. Fuck. Fireball. Send over.
Cat form. Is this cat form?
Full threat again.
Dead.
Mary's back.
We have deaths already.
2, 1. You're knocked back. Get up. Miz is back in. Miz has threat. Fireball over there. You're hit by a fucking fireball.
Stack. I got
We got two. Yeah, we have way too many melee. Should I re-roll?
My standing! Fireball! You're both hit! You're fucking hit by a fireball!
Yeah, and you're hit by my sword, bitch.
I'm fucking right!
I will slap you with my sword.
Right now they are LARPing the Molten Core fight against Ragnaros so that they can prepare for the raid. Yeah, that's what they're doing. Yeah. But I think it's actually just an excuse to beat the shit out of Soda with swords. Which, I mean... I think ultimately that's what... Why are the trampolines involved? Oh my god. Okay. Well, I've landed. Free win post. Okay. I'm gonna do my quest. Yeah. I need to level, so I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do my quest hits here. Yeah, that you shouldn't be practicing dying, right? I thought you're supposed to practice the mechanics. Even in the LARP, people dying though. We need more optimism than that from our team. I mean, the raids are starting what? The 1st, I think? It is. It's like watching 30-year-olds hit a piñata at a birthday party. Well, it looked like they were having fun. And ultimately, isn't that what it's all about? Yeah. It's all about just having a good time. I'm gonna go up here and do this quest. Are there centaurs in that zone? Oh yeah, you can see somebody fighting those centaurs behind me, but I have already done that. I have done that quest. No retail? I did retail this week. I was in retail yesterday. I think we did time walking a bit, and I'm really excited for the Undermined patch. So I also play retail. I like retail too, just for different reasons. Okay, so this is a quest.
So, you have sought me out? Or perhaps destiny brings...
My quest log is full.
Greetings, traveler. So, you have sought me out? Or perhaps destiny brings you to me? No matter. You are here now, and so your journey will begin anew. Many facets make up a being. The spirit, the body, the mind. Some of these can be measured by a culture's traditions. Others, we can only hope exist within ourselves. If you agree, I shall test some of the facets within you. If you pass, then you shall become stronger. If you fail, then you will realize the vastness of the nether.
What the fuck?
The first is a test of faith.
There's no way down. I can't hearth out. My Hearthstone's on cooldown. Test of faith. The first is a test. Let me check the quest on Wowhead. Hold on, let me check the quest on Wowhead. Make sure you only jump off the wooden plank. If you jump off of anywhere else, you will fall to your death. Oh my god. Lots of folks enjoy this part of the quest. You're teleported to a high rock. Run and jump off the wooden boards. It looks as if you will fall to your death, but you'll be teleported back to Dorm Planestalker before you reach the bottom. Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god. On WoW Hardcore, that brings this quest to another level. Just did it. I totally pooped myself. Oh my god. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. You want me to jump off the planks? I won't die? Oh my god. If you look down, you fail too. Really? No! It's do or die. What a fucked up quest. If this was retail, that would be one thing. If this was regular... Imagine, what if the quest bugs out? We gotta commit. I can't be a weenie this time. I've been a weenie this whole time. Gotta jump off at the right pixel, too. No! No, don't say that! Is it a jump or can I just fall? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What's a weenie? A coward. I'm being a coward. Oh, I'm scared. Matra Avalon, thank you for gifting a sub in the chat. Vash, thank you for the 100 bits. If you're lagging, you'll be teleported to him dead. Oh my god, oh my god. Thanks for the 300 bits. Okay. I'm ready. I can do this. I can do this. Is the wind blowing? My palms are sweating. Big weenie energy. Yes, Havard. Look how high it is. I will die. You are a survivor, not a coward. Yes, that's a good spin on it. Big weenie energy. Yes. I can do this. I can do this. I can get over it. Only works after 6 p.m. server time? No. I'm so scared. It actually fails if you do it on an odd minute. Stop it. Okay. 44. At 44 I go, okay? We're totally gonna go. Trust Blizzard servers. Just walk off, don't jump. Oh my god, oh my god. Even number on your left foot while the moon and sun are behind your back. Okay. Okay. If you jump too far, you'll hit a ledge and die. Oh, it's a team. You go first. Oh my god. You're here. Hey. Hey. What do we talk about? Now it's a standoff to see who's gonna jump first. We're looking at each other to see who will live. You scared? No. I will hold your hand. I'm just taking in the view. I can hold your hand. He's gonna push you off. Okay. Sure. Okay. 1. Oh my god. 3. Oh my god. We did it. That is easy. Oh my god.
It is not until faced with unforeseen adversity that we begin to see how
How
strong
scary.
your spirits are. You took the leap of faith, even though you had no guarantees that you would survive. Your mind is open, and your spirit is prepared for what is to come. If you are willing, Then the next of your tests
Oh!
is ready.
Oh my
I'm
god.
pleased to see your courage remain steadfast in light of what you've already done.
My courage.
Since your faith is intact, the time has come to test your body. First
Yes.
is a test of endurance.
Would it be
Go with
hilarious
friends
if
to the
I
road
fell off
feather
right
den,
here
west of
and
the
died
Wind Post.
immediately
Make
after?
your way to the depths of their lair and destroy their foodstuffs. By then, you should have provoked their fury, and if you're able to survive long
That was
enough,
cinema.
Grenka Bloodscreech
It
herself
was.
will come for you.
I'm not
Kill
doing test of endurance. It's a trap. That was so fucking scary. What is this quest design, Blizzard? In hardcore, that quest was just like nothing I've done before. That was so fucking scary. They also go out of their way to let you fall a lot before you get teleported. My palms are like wetting so much. Imagine if only one person can be teleported at a time. Thankfully, that was not the case. And someone came to hold my hand. I'm super brave, by the way. They're like, are you scared? I'm like, no. No. No, I wasn't scared at all. It was easy. I was safe. The power of friendship saved me. Exactly. Just like in Final Fantasy. The officially not a weenie. I don't know. You be very careful getting onto this platform. They cooked with this quest. Yeah. For the hardcore server, they should change that you actually hit the ground, but a wild Ian appears and res you. Same skill issue.
Blood and thunder.
They should.
Go
That would be more
with honor.
immersive. Definitely. I think I'm gonna try to get the rend buff. Someone died at 40. RFD.
Where would you
F.
like to fly to? Winds.
Yep. Okay. Well, it's almost 6 o'clock. I need to go walk Nora, and I need to go get some food. So I'm gonna do that. But I'll be around in Discord, and I will see y'all over. I'll see you in game for sure. I'll see you in retail in our WoW guild, Only Buns, which you're more than welcome to join. And I will see you on Monday, of course, for the regularly scheduled stream. So I'll see you then. See you in game. And I do think we've also made a hardcore guild that you can join. So I'll see you later. Yeah, I'm gonna go. It's almost 6, so I really need to go now. Actually, bye. See you Monday. And please look forward to the new videos coming on the WoW, Zepla's WoW Realm channel. Those should be up pretty soon. In a few days, I imagine. A couple days. All right, bye. Bye. See you later. Bye.